2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 different giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Prior to beginning our daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. If you would like to be added back onto the list, if you are on the hold list, all I need to know before we get you back on the hold from the hold list is the date that you were added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you're joining us across the other apps, for instance, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that we have described for our super fans and subscribers. Also, you'll be entitled to a free 1 card each day as well. Prior to beginning, though, first and foremost, most important question: how we doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We're going to talk a little bit about this energy that we're currently going through. I told you guys prior to this new moon coming in, just get ready for a wild ride to a certain extent, because one of the things that you have to notice, and I need to stress this, is this was a really intense new moon. It was potentially going to feel a lot like a full moon. We had the energy it was a double amplification to a certain extent of Taurus energy, which can feel, which you have to stress and understand that Taurus energy just on its own is often very, very heavy, right? So we had that double amplification of a new moon, right, that comes in the same house, right? The moon itself was in the same house that we were experiencing it. So it was a very, very anchoring moon. To add to that intensity, you have to keep in mind the fact that we also see the fact that Jupiter is in Cancer right now. That's also very intense. So a lot of work, potentially things coming up to the surface, working into the space of the unconscious. But that's not all, right? The other thing you have to keep in mind is, and I wrote all about this over on the Mystic Meditations article that I posted prior to this new moon occurring, the same day, okay, the same exact day, within mere hours of the moon becoming new and moving into Taurus, it immediately shifted into Gemini. It immediately shifted into Gemini just a few hours afterwards. And then boom, boom, boom. The last 3 days, Mercury enters Gemini. Next, what happens after that? Mars enters Taurus yesterday. So this could feel like one thing after another. But the thing that's very important to recognize, and I need to stress this, is the ability to effectively discern incongruity, right? That's what we effectively identify that this energy is potentially helping us with. Because you have to understand, and I want to kind of describe this to a certain extent. One of the things that we appreciate right now, and it's really interesting, because the thing that's actually happening, right, while we've got a lot of energy that's working through Taurus, we also see that there's something else that's very important that's occurring as well, which is we're starting to see a lot of those planets that have been hanging out in Aries that are finally, right, they're finally moving out of it, right? And where are they moving into? They're moving into Taurus, and it's happening, right? And this is what's very interesting about it. It's happening at the end of Taurus season. We're about to move into Gemini. So this could be bringing up, okay? This could be, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm just going to tell you so you don't get all twisted up about it, okay? This can create a lot of feelings. It's like it's catch up energy, right? It's the feeling, it's literally the feeling, right? It's literally the feeling of trying to rush through processes, but feeling a little bit, right? Feeling a little bit stymied, feeling a little bit slowed down, feeling a little bit of that energetic frustration. I am here to remind you, okay? I am here to remind you that that is the vibe right now. Don't allow, don't allow your feelings to confound the experience that you're having. Don't allow the feeling to get in the way of progressive and decisive action. Because the one thing I want to stress about this energy right now is there's a lot going on, right? And the thing about it is, like, and I want to describe it with all of these planets, right? Having that new moon energy that occurs, and then all of a sudden having all of these planets like boom, 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 right? It can create a lot of feelings, right? It can create a lot of feelings of energetic frustration. However, this is beautiful energy to help us work on what? A sense of purpose, a sense of patience, and proportionality. Okay. the three the three words, right? The three words I want you to hold on to right now in this energy, okay? Patience, proportionality, and progress. All right? Don't like and I'm going to tell you, take all of those feelings, right? Put them in one of those places. Put them in one of those places. Just put them, and that's what's beautiful about it, right? Because that is the beauty. And I want to tell you right now, this is often what we see. And I want to describe this. Taurus into Gemini. Here's the thing about it, and I always talk about this. Aries into Taurus, it feels right. Okay, like Aries into Taurus. I like to point out Aries into Taurus often feels right because it's like work hard, play hard kind of energy, right? It's like it's being able to work into the identification of, I like to point out, like the space by which one can see one's efforts. But often, and I want to describe this, Taurus into Gemini can feel a lot more, and it's not to say, and I want you to understand this, it's not to say that there isn't anything negative about either of those sign works, but it can sometimes feel like a more confusing shift, right? Because you have to understand that when we look at the astrology, every astrological sign is helping us work through lessons, right? And so Aries into Taurus, right? Aries into Taurus is often like, it's like working hard at something, seeing progress, right? And building into the path, like the path, like building into a path by which one feels like one finds one's groove. Gemini is all about taking dynamic approaches to things, right? It works more, it works into more the idea or the context of being able to take dynamic approaches to things. And that's why we often, when you experience or when we go through the shift from Taurus into Gemini, right? It can sometimes make it feel a little bit like stuff's falling apart. Okay. Like, what's happening? But it's not the fact that things are falling apart. They're diversifying, right? They're becoming more energetically dynamic. So I want you to think about that, especially if you're feeling frustrated in this energy, right? How can you take a more dynamic approach to things? Because the ability, right? The ability of effectively refining upon something helps us through, right? It helps us through a singular point of view, right? And the beauty about it, and this is what we often talk about, and I kind of like it can sometimes feel, I like to point out, sometimes I like to describe Taurus into Gemini as a maturation process, right? But the thing about it is the maturation process is the recognition of understanding, the willingness to learn more is the ability to know more, right? I'm going to say that again. The willingness to learn more grants the ability to know more. So when we're able to effectively identify and recognize that, then we don't let our frustration get in the way of what we're perceiving, but rather it's the ability to see things with, right, more dimensionality, with more of a sense of perspective. So I want you to make sure, right? I want you to make sure that you're taking that observation of perspective as it relates to being able to identify what it is that one is trying to do and how one is trying to do it. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first by identifying a lot of the work that we saw in yesterday's reading. What did we effectively identify when we were looking at yesterday's harmonic energy update? One of the things that's very important to identify and recognize is working through the ability of being able to identify and see what one is of trying to apply one's own sense of purpose towards. Now, we saw something that was very beautiful in the correlation between the Fool card and the Two of Wands, because what do we identify with the Fool card and the Two of Wands? The ability to effectively articulate upon what one is trying to expand or expound upon. Now, this is a culmination of a lot of those relationships that we effectively see are deepening during this energetic cycle, because one of the things that we identify is we see that there is a relationship shift that is energetically occurring right now, potentially moving. This is the culmination point of a lot of those the work that we saw in relationship built upon and based upon the world partnerships. Now, what do we identify with a lot of the work in the world partnerships? This was a culmination of working through the lessons that we often see in Taurus, the ability of being able to step outside of one's comfort zone that allows the ability to energetically perceive and identify what one is trying to do in order to facilitate the best possible achievement towards a manifestation goal. So we either see that these are relationships and situations right now, individuals that are potentially working in the context of solitude and patiently healing throughout it, building into the context of being able to recognize and identify what one is trying to heal and honoring the energetic transformation processes that we observe are occurring in those modalities and capabilities, while simultaneously working towards the identification point of being able to step out of the comfort zone in order to find a deeper sense of comfort. Now, there's it's not to say that there might be experiences from the past that are re-arriving back towards situations and circumstances as one is working to heal. But one of the things that we see maybe helping to alleviate or help to create nourishing environments is the ability to basically navigate an old situation with the gift of a new perspective. And what is the gift of the new perspective that is occurring in those experiences? Honoring the transformation that one has navigated as it relates to their own energetic healing cycles. Now, these new relationships that are coming together right now, what's so beautiful about them is it is the observation that is energetically occurring, built upon and based upon the mutual potentiality of the individuals in the counterpart connection. That sense of perception that allows for an observation of clarity. And what's beautiful about this is these are not relationships where they're carrying a latency in relationality to another's potentiality, because you're understanding and recognizing the toxicity, right? The toxicity that often occurs in the context of feeling like one sees latent potential in another. But what's so beautiful about those relationships is the combination force of being able to articulate and amplify the sense or the space by which they are articulating upon the mutual potential of the relationship. Being able to talk about that in a way that amplifies their own sense of direction is what's effectively creating, right? I want to say, like, these relationships are potentially beautiful that are coming together right now because they're basically building harmony together. And the harmony that they're effectively building together is the mutual observation of what it is that they're trying to learn and grow. So they're seeing and identifying each other's potentiality, and they're utilizing that potentiality to build new vistas as it relates to where the partnership is heading. Now, for relationships that are, those were effectively the relationships that have been coming together since the time of the most recent Taurus new moon that we experienced up until the experience that we identify with the Capricorn new moon. And this is why we see that that was the full energetic cycle, because a lot of the work that we identify there, right? And we almost see at the beginning and the other side of those relationships, that observation of being able to feel and perceive the similar work that we identify in the process of coming to understand what it is that we are working on. It's a cumulation of understanding that the authenticity that we bring to ourselves allows us to be able to do something in a way that we've never done it before. So it's something very beautiful that we see that's occurring in those relationships, because there's a lot of vulnerability there, but the vulnerability is nourishing because it identifies spaces or places by which something is able to flourish and grow. We also identify right now that the new energetic relationships that are happening are potentially building into a space of energetic strength, right? There's a lot of strength that we see that's occurring in this new energetic cycle, because you have to understand the new energetic cycle, right? This new energetic cycle that we see is effectively starting on a new moon in Taurus, which is starting from a point of strength. Okay, it's starting from a strong point. It's recognizing and identifying one's strong suit that allows one to be able to apply, right? To apply energy and movement towards things. So it's very interesting because there's like it's very it's and I'm still building into the shape of it as we're reading into it, but the best way I can describe it is it's energy that is honoring their strength, right? And honoring their strength is a gift, because honoring their strength is the ability of being able to honor the work that one has done to get good at something, or honoring the work that one has done to become stronger within it, that allows us to be able to bring perception towards things from that point of strength. Now, moving towards the energy that's been moving deeper into divine union right now, these are effectively the moon relationships. And the moon relationships were coming together between the time of that between the time that we identified effectively the Taurus, the Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season that we experienced, that was happening, I believe that was around January 18th of last year, leading into when Uranus first went retrograde, which was in early September. Now, these moon relationships, I'm just going to tell you right now, we see that there could be a lot of work that's happening there in terms of moving into deeper energetic investments. We basically see a lot of that energy moving into deep into divine union right now. And that could be a lot of shifting as it relates to the deepening of partnerships, the deepening of commitments, or potentially informing others about the seriousness of relationship. And we see that what's happening for a lot of those relationships is effectively the observation of being able to navigate into a point of strength, the space by which another is able to articulate. And this is what's beautiful about those relationships. If there's something very profoundly healing that we see that is happening in those experiences, because for a lot of the relationships or the counterparts in those partnerships, they're healing from the fact, from the misconception that there was some quality of them that was not cut out for partnership, because they've basically been able to find a counterpart that can navigate all of the energetic facets of the individuated self. These are not situations by which they feel that they have to conform to a certain modality of self in order to persist within the partnership, but rather feeling the relationship that can navigate the full breadth of self is what is deepening a lot of these energetic commitments. And in the space by which they're deepening the energetic commitments, what they're effectively identifying and seeing is, right, it almost feels like this energy that's potentially returning back to them, because they recognize that they don't need to spend time perpetually assessing or checking upon the health and nature of the relationship, and instead can effectively build into the energetic pursuit and expansion of the self in the process of being in healthy partnership. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time that we saw and experienced Uranus first going into retrograde in early September into the solstice period that we experienced this summer. Now, what's interesting to navigate about these relationships is it's not the fact that everything has been completely smooth sailing. There's been there's been a bit of rigor there. There's been a bit of potential, like, difficulty. But what's beautiful that we potentially see is occurring in some of those relationships is the observation and the recognition of being able to identify and apply energetic healing to things. And in the space by which they're able to apply healing to things, what they're really doing right now is they're healing their relationship to argumentation while being in the heart of relationship. Because if these are circumstances and situations wherein they themselves have had experiences by which they felt energetically afraid to argue in partnership, what we effectively see is happening is they're recognizing the argument that becomes armor because it identifies the ardor, the space by which they recognize the difference between fighting against one another and for one another, in the space of being able to do something in a way that they've never been able to do it prior. So for a lot of those relationships, that sense that sense of energetic stability that we see there, it's not necessarily the fact that it's not identifying the fact that it might always be easy, but this is why we see that that is the space by which the energy, every time they come out of an argument, they feel like they come out stronger, specifically and particularly because they identify that that is them building into an even stronger partnership. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos, and over on my stack, and as a podcast over on Spot. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material and access to a one-on-one chat with me and to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we've experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as the series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal, and we'll utilize it to the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective reads in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you for joining us, Sherry and Maud. Good to see you today. Yes, we've got personal readings that are coming through as well. Perfect. And hi there. We can try to get that up, right? Make sure I want to articulate right now the things that are helpful is giving yourself time to be able to move through things. And again, I want to describe as well taking extra time to rest right now, because this energy that we're experiencing is very intense. Thank you as well, Jessica, for the follow. How you doing today, Julius? When everything happens at once, keeps challenging all your strength. But again, that's right. And that's what I meant in relationality to the fact that we saw, right, Like we saw all of those things that were happening, boom, 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 just allowing one's ability to take something with a sense of patience and fortitude, right? As we come into, like, as we navigate a lot of this energetic shift that we're currently experiencing. Hi there, Denise. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Hi there, Ivana. Welcome and thank you for recharging your heart me's. Guys, please remember to be recharging your heart me's right now. If you would like an animal oracle card on top of your standard reading, Ash, Grand Rising Deer. Yeah, mother is a Taurus, father is an Aquarius, but you're a Virgo and you set in a strange setting anyway. That, I have to stress, having, I want to point out a Taurus, Aquarius, a Virgo. Um, that's a lot of, right. You probably get in a lot of argumentation with them as it relates to what feels perfect, right? Because Taurus works in the space of practical, Aquarius works in the space of ideal, and then you are potentially somewhere between. Like I wouldn't be surprised if you get frustrated in terms of feeling like you don't necessarily want to play the intermediary between them. Is what I wouldn't be surprised to see. Sending you support on that journey, Jolis. And Adina, so good to see you today, guys. Make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolutely beautiful podcast with Adina a while back. You can find that podcast over on Adina's page or over on my stack. And thank you, Crystallize, for those roses. I appreciate you. Thank you for confirmation, Ed. Grand Rising, Adina. There you are. Good to see you. I'm going to pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give Adina some love. And Julis, um, unconstructed critiques destroy without opposing opinions. Well, and here's the thing about it. I mean, the thing about it is, I mean, it's interesting that you say an unconstructed critique, because a critique by definition needs to have some kind of aspect of construction to it, right? Because the thing about it is, an unconstructed critique is effectively an opinion, right? Like, like that's what I want to stress. I feel like that's, and I want to point out, I was just talking about this recently. The ability of being able to understand the difference between a fact and opinion right now, or understanding the difference between a theory and a fact. I feel like that's what we kind of see with energy like this. So it's really good that you bring that up as well, Julis. And when they see new standards, then they're like, okay, it's not okay. But again, I want to point out, and here's the thing you have to be conscientious about with this energy too, right? A standard is only a true standard if it can be explained, right? Because a standard that cannot be explained is often trauma in disguise, right? So we do the work in order to identify not only having standards, but being able to identify why we have standards to others that allow us to be able to build into a point of clarity in relationality to what it is that we ourselves are working to heal. Exactly. Beautifully stated. And Patty, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Ryan, good to see you today, Aphrodite. How you doing today, Siobhan? Happy to read. Did you get Stella? Did you get on the list? If so, I just need to give me the initial where you sent the donation. Thank you for also receiving this message, Conchita. And as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're going to do today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Mavs, so good to see you guys. Make sure to give Mavs some love. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Also, welcome to those as well. How are you doing as well for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos? Peace to you as well, Jeffrey. Excellent. And thank you as well. Oh, there's too many to count, huh, Shaj? And again, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Mavs, thank you so much, dear. You are talented as well. Guys, if you need, again, readers supporting readers, if you are looking for a beautiful reader as well, I would definitely direct you as well to Mavs. Thank you so much for being here, dear. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But before we begin to do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the raven. Thank you guys. We'll do it again after the next reading. There isn't. Mabs, I am sad to report. I am sad to report there are no llamas in the oracle deck. But that said, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to capture this reading live is here to receive it. And also just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, if you're joining us today over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via our tree that has links in it in my bio. And just a reminder as well that if you are, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. And thank you so much, Two Birds, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get, and thank you somebody for the follow. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. When I was about to start reading, and the cards are already flying out for masculine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. What do we see that's occurring right now? We're going to start first with masculine energy. The first 2 cards that we see that are coming up right now are the 2 of Wands in its upright in combination with the Knight of Swords in its reversal. Now, it's interesting. I'm going to pause right now in terms of drawing the 3rd card for masculine, specifically and particularly because these 2 cards threw themselves out of the deck. And the thing I want to identify about this is there's something important that we see that masculine is working through, particularly and especially in relationality to understanding the quality and condition of doing things in energetic union. And the modality by which we do things in energetic union is working through the space by which, and I want to describe this, it's the attenuation point. It's the attenuation point by which we take each other's feelings into consideration as we energetically do things. Now, this is very important because you have to understand, and you'll often see this, right? That when another person, when an individual is working through the fragility of this egoic state, then it's hard to effectively build into the context of working collectively, because it's the understanding that when we articulate to each other what we need, we're able to do something even more effectively, right? Collaboration literally requires vulnerability. And when you recognize that collaboration requires vulnerability, then you get in the business and learning how to be vulnerable so that you can do divine union properly, right? Like it's something that is energetically fundamental to healthy partnership. And it's the work that we do in terms of articulating to each other how our feelings are held. And this is what you often notice when we're working in a space by which we ourselves are appreciated, then it is the feeling by which our emotions are being energetically cradled, right? We cradle each other's feelings for one another, and that's how we find energetic stabilization. And what you'll often notice, right? You'll often notice that when another person is insecure, right, they'll try to project their feelings onto another. And it's that sense of projection that shows how energetically fragile they themselves are feeling, right? It is the effective, like you understand and recognize the feeling of an energetic outlash, or the feeling by which one feels energetically working through a lot of those feelings. So, what we identify and see for a lot of the energy that's potentially working through experiences like that is the observation of building into a deeper sense of energetic stability. And in the modality by which we're able to identify what that stability feels like, then we're able to articulate and identify what feels energetically real. So I think that this is really interesting because I feel like there's a lot there's a lot of the masculine energy that is working through noble lessons. And the thing about it is you have to understand that when we think upon the context of noble, like noble, it's the knowing of thyself, right? What is noble but to know thyself? And when one knows oneself, then one isn't necessarily in the observation of feeling energetically impacted by what others have to say about the self, right? Like it's the observation when you recognize that as you come into knowing in yourself, right? And this is the hard part about it. As you know yourself more, you'll be able to recognize and identify the fragility in others. But often the fragility in others is most expressed by others' energetic projections of energy that's noble, right? Like there it is, right? It's the observation, right? It's the observation of understanding that fragility feels insecure, identifying nobility. And when you understand the quality and situation by which when you know yourself, right? When you know yourself fully, there are those that will specifically feel insecure in the modality of is seeing you in the knowledge of yourself, then when another person tries to project something towards you, you don't take it personally, you take it profoundly. You take it observationally, right? You allow it to effectively expand one's perspective instead of allowing it to build into the context of feeling that it is a statement towards the self, because that is the work by which we do to navigate others' projections. Now, this brings us to the third card that I'm going to pull out in that spread, and that is we've got here the Queen of Pentacles in its upright. And the Queen of Pentacles in its upright effectively articulates and identifies into the valuation point the work that we do in recognizing and identifying what it feels to be energetically stable, right? And the thing that's really important about that as well, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like it helps to navigate the shape of counterpart connection, is for a lot of the energy potentially doing that work, we feel, right? Never do we feel more safe than when energy cradles our emotions. But here's the thing that's really important about it. It's nobody's responsibility to cradle our emotions beyond ourselves, right? Because that is the difference between nobility and compassion. Nobility is the cradling and the honoring of one's emotions, right? And compassion, right? We receive others' compassion when another person cradles our emotions as we do our own. But that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that we hold on to every feeling, because our responsibility in recognizing the strength of our emotions is by fortifying, not in the experience by which we project them onto another, but by which the emotions, the quality of our emotions, is navigated, whether the emotion is noble or not, is navigated by the direction that we're able to energetically attach to it. Because a noble emotion always has a direction attached to it. It's not the expressing, and this is what we understand. We can cradle all the emotions I can cradle all the emotions I want, right? I can have all kind of these emotions within the self, but the ones that I can communicate to you, right? The ones that build bridges is the context by which one is able to effectively identify and translate the emotion and saying, this is what I would like to do with that emotion. This is how I would like to see that emotion brought forth into the world. So we see that that's a lot of the energy, right? And this is why we talk about one of the profound acts of love is becoming a good filter, right? Because we understand that the filter, right, the space by which we're able to energetically filter, the filter is effectively identifying us doing our shadow work effectively, right? Shadow work is a filter by which we're able to identify the direction that we put the work to understand our emotions, which is the space by which we understand if something is energetically internal, something that we need to work on in here versus something that needs to be worked on out there. Now, this brings us to, because if not, right, if not, then the experience of love, right? And if we don't do the work in acting as healthy filter, then all energy, instead of energy feeling, right? Instead of energy feeling the full breadth of our love feels more like an energetic burden, right? Because that's the work by which it's not the space by which we're navigating our emotions effectively, but that we're expecting others to carry those emotions for us. Now this brings us into feminine energy right now. And what do we see for feminine energy? 3 cards for feminine. And feminine today, I'm feeling for feminine. I feel like we're going to use the Tarot of the Divine right now for headspace of feminine. 3 cards right now. 3 cards. We've got the Page of Coins in its upright. We've got the Queen of Coins. Woo! Look at that, a lot of coins. Page and Queen of Coins. Hold on a minute. And the Justice card. Okay. So let's talk a little bit. You know what? There's something very protective. There's something very energetically protective that I'm seeing right now in relationality to some of this feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. And it feels very much like the identification point in recognizing and identifying what it means to energetically observe things is what I keep on seeing. And you have to understand the modality by which we work to energetically observe, right? Is identifying and recognizing. We observe so that we can so that one observes so that one can energetically learn more, right? And here's the thing about it. And the thing I want to identify is there feels there seems to be something very significant and important there, specifically and particularly in working through, like I keep on seeing, this is energy, this is feminine energy working really fastidiously on congruity, right? Because you have to understand what is just is congruous. What is just is congruous. And when you realize that the shape of injustice is where incongruity occurs, then one gets very, very curious, right? One gets very, very curious in identifying incongruities because incongruities often identify and articulate upon, right? Incongruities often identify and articulate upon what it is that we are trying to do, but not just the shape of what it is that one is trying to do, but the ability of being able to recognize and identify the full breadth of one's own capability. And what's beautiful about that, and one of the things that you'll often notice, right, is, and I feel like there's something very important about that, because a person's congruity is a person's integrity, right? And congruity is not about preference, right? Congruity has nothing to do with preference or inclination. Okay? Congruent, it has absolutely nothing to do with inclination or preference, but the modality by which we are energetically consistent upon what we say helps another person to see and identify how to do something completely, right? And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that works through, right? It's interesting too, because it's the identification point that we see that a lot of the energy works through as it relates to what it means to build energetic integrity. And energetic integrity is not something that is done moment by moment, right? But it is the energetic reliability by which others know us to be, right? And the capacity by which we identify that helps us to be able to see each other with a deeper sense of clarity. And it's interesting too, because I feel like there's something really important about that in relationality to identifying that that is, like, you can weigh the fabric or the quality of something by the congruity of those within it, right? And when you identify that everything one does, like everything we do, is so that others can feel energetically supported, then you work very much in terms of understanding that that is how you energetically heal relationships. And it doesn't require one, right? It doesn't require one to take on all the burden of responsibility to heal things. It just requires one to be energetically consistent, because that consistency is, when we are consistent, others feel the breath of our love, right? The breath of our love is found in consistency, because when our love is consistent, then it feels like it is the safety, it is the security zone by which another person feels that they are energetically held. So when we recognize and identify that that is the safety net, right? That when we are consistent, our love does not feel like a burden, but it feels like a safety net, then that is the work by which we identify and recognize how hard we work to be consistent, because it is effectively us honing the fabric of our love. Now, this brings us to the energy that the non-binary energy. And for non-binary energy right now, I'm going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. What do we got here? We've got Whoa, the tower. Just a little tower to start things off. How about a little tower? We're going to do a little tower today. It's fine. It's okay. All right, what else we got? The Four of Wands in its reversal. And and that Seven of Wands in its upright. Right? And I think it's important too, because I just see, like, for a lot of the non-binary energy right now, it's not about what you receive. It's about what you do with it. Right? It's not about what you receive. It's about what you do with it. Because and here's the thing that you understand and recognize when one is working into the context of navigating the world, right? There are two different, I'm getting here, the modality by which when you look at the world, right? And this is the truth about it, right? There's only one really important question you need to ask yourself, and when you're facing anything, which is the shape by which when you experience something, right? And here's the thing about it. You can navigate the quality and condition by a person in relationality to how they respond to this question. When something is not ideal, do you allow that to lower your standard? When something is not ideal, do you allow that to be the shape by which your standard is lowered? Or is that the space where you begin fixing? Is that the space? Is that the space? Is the nature of what you receive the condition by which you decide to lower a standard? Or is that the starting line? Is that the space by which you recognize that everything can change? Because when we look at circumstances and situations, even if they're not ideal, then we don't wait for ideal situations in order to begin. We understand that we are that beginning. We understand that when something isn't ideal, then it is not the space by which one feels, right? One does not identify and allow the standard to be lowered in that moment. You answer the call of the self and say, I can do something about this. I can work in some way to facilitate the energetic change that is necessary. And I feel like that's really important in relationality to this energy, because I want to show you this. Like these cards, like, look at this, right? There's that Tower card, right? This is being kicked. And then this is Four of Wands. This is being kicked again, right? This is the modality by which it often feels like the level or the space by which one is working into, right? The difficulty, right? It doesn't change the quality of our being, right? When one knows who one is, then the condition by which you receive something does not change the quality of one's being. It just shows one where one must begin. And so I feel like there's something really strong about that word begin, because like I feel like there's almost a little bit of this energy, right? Like, and this is often what happens, especially when we're navigating others' projections. Like when we're navigating others' projections, what do others' projections say to us? Are you done yet? Are you done yet? Are you tired? Are you tired? Do you want to give up now? You feel like giving up yet? Right? And that's the space by which we say, that is where one begins. Because it's the observation of recognizing the force of trauma that tries to build exhaustion that allows one to be able to understand the value and preciousness of something that you're energetically doing. Because when you're doing something invaluable, right? The fact that you feel energetic opposition is often not the space by which you recognize that you're moving in the wrong direction. It can sometimes articulate to you how correct and right something you're energetically doing is, because it shouldn't energetically be that way. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine, into the heart space of masculine, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. Where's the Tarot of the Divine? Oh, there it is. I have to go find it. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, please. All right, what do we got here? We've got the High Priestess in its upright. We've got the 6 of Cups in its upright. And we've got the Three of Coins in its upright. So the thing I'm seeing right now, the thing I'm seeing right now in relationality to in the relationality to navigating um, a lot of this energy is I feel like I'm identifying the thing I'm seeing here is working into the context of being able to identify and like these cards right now in the heart space of masculine, um they're actually very beautiful to see together. Like I just want to show you these cards so you can identify it. And we've got here the High Priestess, right? I just want to show you them, and particularly in relationality to this deck, because the interpretation on these cards is very lovely. So this is often this is what right, this is what the goal is. In terms, it's not just about how we feel, it's about how others experience our love, right? And this is literally what they mean when they say it is better to give than receive. Because when one builds empathy, right, when one builds empathy, one does not navigate the quality of one's love by what it feels like to experience love, but the modality by which another, right? The clarification that when we are doing the work of understanding the self fully, then the experience of feeling and the experience of expressing do not get lost in translation. Because what happens when our ego is too big, then when we feel things, it's not the way another person experiences them, right? There's the self with all of these feelings of love, but then there's the ego that gets in the way, and then another person receives something and it feels the exact opposite of what we were trying to communicate and say, right? And that's not to say that the ego by its very nature is negative. You need an ego, right? A healthy ego, a healthy ego acts as the protection of the soul. It effectively allows one, like I said, what does a healthy ego do? It helps to filter, to identify whether something is an outside problem or an inside problem. So when you recognize the fact that when we identify shadow work, it's working on the filter, it's healing the energetic ego. So it's healing to the ego to do one's shadow work effectively, because it's the ability by which one is able to filter properly between what is something that one needs to work on within versus what one needs to work on without. And that doesn't mean, and usually, in most experiences, it's a combination of both, right? It's a combination of both. It's going to be a little, if you're doing it right, you're probably going to feel a little bit of a combo there, right? Being like, all right, well, this is what needs to be worked on the outside, right? This is what needs to be worked on the outside. This is what needs to be worked on the inside, right? The observation and the understanding of being able to navigate and qualify upon the observation and the understanding by which we ourselves are working to be able to energetically facilitate properly. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that observation, right? This is how one heals the heart space, because it's the observation of being able to identify and recognize the space by which one is able to energetically amplify how one feels is often best expressed by how another person articulates that they receive that from us. And sometimes, right, like that's why the observation, right, like when we're doing that work, right, we're always navigating, like, and I like to point this out, like we're looking to be devastated in the best way possible, because it's often the space by which we identify and recognize that it's not perfect, right? It's not energetically perfect, but our ability to perfect is found in our ability to hear what energy is saying towards us, right? the communication point that is energetically facilitated in relationality of being able to hear and identify what another person is articulating and saying upon the space by which they energetically need things. So we feel, so there's something very positive there, and there's something very, I feel like there's an amplification. But even in the space by which we navigate that amplification, we see that that is the energy that is working on, right? You can't get there unless you get very, very protective of one's vulnerability, right? When you see vulnerability as a gift, then you work towards the protection of vulnerability, but it's working through the difference, right? It's working through the difference between the vulnerability that is necessary in order to hear more and to feel more versus the vulnerability of an ego that's too fragile to listen. And this brings us to, and this is why I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy, right, working through that is articulating, like it's like it feels complicated, right? It's sometimes hard to tell the difference, but the best way, right? The best way to fortify upon that is by articulating and stating, what would you have me do instead? Right? If you're ever in a situation by which you feel that complication, the way that you're able to purify the situation is by articulating and stating to another, what would you have me do instead? And if another person cannot answer that question, then you have effectively identified the source of their projection. This brings us to feminine energy. For feminine energy, for the and then the and in the heart space, can I get 3 cards, please? And for feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian. No, we're going to be utilizing the Smith Waite Tarot. Can I get 3 cards, please, in the heart space of feminine? We've got here the Lover's card in its reversal, the Queen of Cups in its upright, and the Fool card in its upright. Now, I want to point out there are some there are some very important similarities that we're seeing right now in the heart spaces. And the one thing that we want to identify, I know this is going to sound a little like, I want to show you this so you can fully understand this, which is often feminine gets exhausted in having to perceive another person's intentions as opposed to how it feels to receive something, right? Like that's what I keep on saying for feminine, which is like feminine is very used to this. And here's the thing about it. It's feminine identifying and recognizing that being used to something is condoning it, right? Being used to something and condoning it is very different. Because and this is the thing, and I want to show you, and to a certain extent it has to do, right, with the similarity between the High Priestess and the Lover's card in its reversal, right? Because that is the feminine energy that has often had to go through journeys that articulated, and I keep on seeing feminine energy having to navigate the space by which another person says, somebody goes, we like, oh, you know, it's really attractive being independent. Oh, you know, it's really attractive being independent. No, not don't be independent. Like, no, don't be independent like that. No, 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 don't be independent. Not that independent. Not that independent. Right? Like, because that is somebody, right? Like that is what fragility does, right? It's when another person, like that's literally the sound of someone saying, I don't want you to bother me, right? But I don't like that is literally the difference between somebody identifying the difference between independent and not wanting to be bothered, right? So the modality by which, and you'll often see this, right? The modality by which another person tries to identify in independent, like independent to a degree is actually the sound of fragility happening, right? Because it's the modal, it's the understanding, like independent to a degree is the sound of another's fragility, right? Because it's the observation that the force of love is navigating the space by which we allow the full extent of being able to honor each other's choices, right? And the modality by which we work together is the space by which one makes choices together, right? It's the amplification of making choices together that articulate the full expansion of love. And so we see that I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, right, getting very frustrated as it relates to identifying others' incongruities. Because here's the thing about it, when energy is incongruous to feminine energy, feminine does not feel safe. When feminine identifies incongruity, right? Feminine flees because it's the observation that the fabric, when we understand that the fabric of our love is building into consistency and reliability, then when feminine sees incongruity, it often creates the space by which feminine does not feel that they can fully be in their feminine energy, right? If you want to see more feminine, get in the business of being consistent. If you want to see more feminine energy, get in the business of being consistent. There is no loneliness epidemic, but there is an inconsistency virus. Okay. There is no loneliness epidemic, but there is an inconsistency virus. And that's the space about it. Because as soon as feminine identifies inconsistency, feminine cannot be in their full extent of femininity. And the modality by which one understands that, it's not a condition by which the feminine didn't make that situation. Feminine can't control that. Feminine can't control the fact that that is the quality of feminine. But when one recognizes that, when you recognize that feminine is found in the fabric of things, then you work really hard not to energetically rend it. You work really hard not to energetically rend it, because often I see that this is feminine that gets very frustrated in spaces where feminine goes, you're not being very feminine right now, and somebody articulating being like, well, it's because I don't feel energetically safe to do so. So we see that that's a lot of the feminine energy that's working into the understanding that the quality and condition, like feminine, literally feminine's power is being able to identify patterns. Feminine's power is being able to identify patterns. So, the modality by which you have to understand that when feminine articulates upon inconsistencies, then if you are in the space by which you want to be energetically empowered, it serves your relationship to energetically listen, right? Because often what happens, and this is what occurs in the space by which relationships fall asunder, right? There's feminine articulating, I've noticed, I've identified a pattern. I've identified a pattern. I've identified a pattern. And in the modality by which another person honors, right? In the modality by which another honors the patterns that feminine presents to them, identifies and navigates the quality of the relationship. So this is a lot of the feminine that is honoring, right? I feel like that's a lot of the energy of the feminine that honors that ability, because in the space by which one is able to honor that ability, then you're able to navigate the quality and the health of a relationship. And I feel like that's the feminine that doesn't work into the amplification of just going, okay, right? Like, right? This is why it's so detrimental to anything, right? And this is what you have to understand, the sound of trauma, right? The sound of trauma occurring. And this is when feminine damages feminine energy. The sound of trauma occurring is when feminine notices patterns and doesn't speak up. doesn't say anything. Oh, I just didn't. And what does feminine say? What does the unempowered feminine go? I didn't really think it was my business. It's literally your job. I didn't think it's literally your energetic job. It's literally your energetic job. It's like, and that's the space by which feminine lets down feminine. Because when feminine is in the modality or the experience of understanding that the quality and condition is building into that supportive environment, then the work by which we're able to articulate and amplify is the space by which we're able to energetically do something better. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's not easy, right? It's not easy, but it's energetically necessary. Now, this brings us to the non binary energy. 3 cards, please. 3 cards, please. And we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine for the heart space of non-binary. One, two, three. Okay. We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal, the Four of Cups in its reversal, and the Judgment card in its upright. So what are we identifying? So I think and it's interesting too, I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, I feel like there's something energetically important there in terms of identifying and recognizing the space by which I keep on hearing, being energetically aware should not require one to have to perpetually be shouldering burdens, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like there's something really important that I see there for non-binary, which talks about the space by which being situationally aware should not require the space by which one is perpetually shouldering others' burdens, which is the space by which I see, like I literally see some of like the non-binary energy literally doing everything possible, right? Like the space by which one is doing, and this is what you'll often notice, the space by which one is doing everything possible in the best way possible, and others, and the space by which others, like the sound of trauma occurring, right? The sound of trauma occurring is when you're doing the work to do everything possible, and then another person tries to give you a responsibility that they had by trying to articulate that you didn't do it for them, right? There's something very important about that because it's the understanding, right? And this is what often happens because when we are working, right, when we are working fastidiously, then it doesn't, like when we are working fastidiously, then it's not the space by which one is doing everything, right? And I literally, and I want to describe this, often the space, and you have to understand, like, and I want to describe this to you, the energy has been so traumatized with the space by which, like the space by which they're energetically doing everything possible. And then another person tries to articulate and go, can you just do, like the space by which another person, I keep on getting, it's not the request to do something, it's the overcompensation in relationality of another person stating, why didn't you do something that was not your responsibility to begin with, right? Like that is literally the sound. I feel like that is literally the sound of the energy, like going away and never returning, because it's the modality by which another person, the observation of someone that tries to come towards an individual with the quality and condition of saying, why didn't you do something that was never your responsibility to begin with? I'm going to say that again. Why didn't you do something that was never your responsibility to begin with? Is the sound of energy being taken advantage of? Because that is the energy that is very, very, very good at being able to perceive when they are in a trauma environment. That is the sound by which you say, you know what? I think I'm going to leave. I think I'm going to leave. I think I'm good because it's the observation, right? Oh, look, it's like bum ba ba. It's a trauma environment. It's like, and the sound of a trauma environment is often the space. Why didn't you do something that was never your responsibility to begin with? Right? There it is. Well, look, there it is. Oh, what was that? Oh, look at the time. Look at the. I gotta get out. I gotta go. Okay, see you later. It's like goodbye. Nope. When are you gonna see me again? Never, never, never. No, no, never. Right? Never. Because that's the space by which you understand. That's a ridiculous situation. That is madness inducing. That is a dangerous place for you to keep your nervous system. That is a dangerous place for you to keep. You don't want to keep your nervous system in a place like that. Your nervous system cannot exist in a place by which another person is constantly saying, "Why didn't you do something that was never your responsibility to begin with?" Because that is the sound of energy trying to get you to shoulder their burden for them. So we see that for a lot of the energy, that is the job, that is the energy that gets really good at being like, "Hold up, wait a minute," right? Because that's the sound of one identifying an incongruity is also like is the energy of being able to identify a trauma pattern, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. So, and I feel like that's really important because that is the energy that's getting better at communicating their feelings, right? And I want to point this out. It feels a lot like the energy, like often articulating, like putting, like I feel like articulating upon their feeling in ways that are profound. Because I feel like even in the space by which the energy communicates upon, they feel it. They're like articulating it not out of a sense of frustration, but out of a desire for others to recognize and heal it. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards the unconscious of masculine. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got the high, oh my gosh, and we're utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for masculine, and I want to point this out. We've got the High Priestess in its upright and the High Priestess in its reversal. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Underneath the Six of Cups, the Devil card. Underneath the Three of Coins, the Five of Pentacles in its upright. And here's the thing about it. A healthy system, a healthy energetic system recognizes the inclination to keep one disempowered. The space by which, and I want to point this out, the space by which we doubt ourselves, right? Paying attention to energy that makes one doubt oneself. Paying acute attention to energy that makes one doubt oneself. Because when one is able to understand that the sound of love is the sound of being empowered, then one develops, right? When you know that you are deserving of empowerment, right? Then you get very good at telling the difference between what is the difference between someone energetically giving you what you need to succeed versus someone putting doubts in you, right? Because that is the difference between a critique and a criticism, right? What is the difference between a critique and a criticism? A critique is someone giving you what you need to be energetically empowered, versus a criticism is someone that potentially creates the space by which they plant the seeds of doubt within you that leave you feeling disempowered. And the modality and the understanding. And this is why you got to get in the business of healing your ego, because when you do not heal your ego, you might walk away from the best energy you've ever experienced. Because the sound of a good, when I talk about the fact that a healthy ego is a good filtration system, then the most important moment you have in your entire experience is the ability to tell the difference. The ability to tell the difference between someone telling you what you need to hear to succeed versus someone trying to instill fear within you to keep you from being your best self. The most important lesson you will learn as a masculine is being able to tell the difference between someone telling you what you need to hear in order to succeed versus someone trying to plant the seeds of doubt within you to prevent you from becoming the person that you should become. And the only way to energetically get there is to make sure that your filtration system is working properly, which is you making sure that your ego is in check. Because when your ego is working properly, you will be able to tell the difference, and it will make the most important change in your entire experience. Everything changes in the moment by which you can tell the difference between those two things. And that's a lot of the energy that works into the space of navigating the vulnerability it takes to get there. While for feminine energy, unconscious, and we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. The Ace of Cups in its upright, the Knight of Cups in its upright, the 8 of Cups in its upright. Oh my God, it's all cups. It's all cups. And here's the thing about it, right? This is feminine understanding that having empathy and condoning are 2 different things, right? And this is why if feminine wants to heal, the ability to heal from people pleasing is so important. Because the space by which, when you understand that feminine's greatest power is being able to identify patterns, and the patterns that feminine identifies literally protects those around the feminine, then the modality by which the feminine heals their desire to please, when feminine heals their people pleasing, they get rid of the disease. When feminine heals their people pleasing, they get rid of the disease. And the reason they get rid of the disease is because feminine protects when others listen. Because when feminine is able to articulate upon the patterns that they see, then they have the ability of protecting everyone around the self. And that is not the space by which the feminine, right? That's not the space by which the feminine, right? And that's the amplification of the feminine that works in the investiture. And here's the thing about it, feminine, you can doubt yourself every step of the way. And here's the amazing thing about it. That doubt that you feel, it makes your pattern recognition powers even stronger. The doubt that you feel is not anthemic to it, it's necessary. Because when you're testing the energetic quality of something, you better be willing to doubt it every single step of the way. That's how you know it's correct, right? It doesn't require you, it doesn't, and it's dangerous, right? It's real dangerous when someone says, you know what, you should get rid of that doubt. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You hold on to that doubt. That's what fortifies. That doubt fortifies everything. Because masculine needs to carry a seed of faith, feminine needs to carry a seed of doubt. And that's the way that they energetically protect each other, right? That's the way that the harmonization works. So we see that when we navigate these circumstances and situations, the ability to articulate upon one's own feeling upon things is the expression of you being able to put that love into everything, because it's the articulation and the expression of one's uncertainty that fortifies upon things. And in the communication of it, one is able to build into a fabric more effectively. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? It's the space by which, right? It's the space by which one articulates upon one's perception, and in the modality by which one is able to articulate upon one's perception, that one is then able to see and identify the energetic harmony of those around the self. So even in that space, I feel like this is a lot of the feminine energy that is getting better, right? They're getting better at letting go of doubt, because when you are people pleasing, right? When you're people pleasing, then you're surrendering the doubt that protects everything, right? When you're people pleasing, all you're doing is surrendering the doubt that protects everything. So that's a lot of the feminine that's learning to trust themselves more. And even in the expression of that, it's not easy, but it's a space by which they feel stronger or more fortified. Now, this brings us to non binary energy. And for non binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Smith Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. 2, 3. We've got the seven of cups in its reversal, in combination with the 5 of swords in its upright, in combination with the Hierophant in its reversal. So what I feel like the thing I'm identifying right now for a lot of the non-binary energy is working into the context of navigating what it means when one is trying, like the space by which when one is trying to do everything, the sound of support is the space by which another is able to attenuate and address upon their needs. And I want to describe this. There's a lot of trauma that I feel like non-binary energy is healing in terms of others trying to fault energy because their mind was not working comprehensively enough, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of the energy that effectively is constantly doing everything, right? Constantly doing everything and not just thinking about the dimensionality of the self, but trying to build empathy for all of those around the self, right? And the modality by which one is working so fastidiously, right? The space by which another person is working so fastidiously on trying to be energetically sensitive upon everything, and the modality by which, right? And this is often why I feel like there's something important in relationality to the energy, getting better at recognizing the sound of trauma is the space by which another person says, aha, you missed something, right? It's the space by which you understand the delight, right? The energetic delight that another person, right? The delight that is the spite of another person that delights in articulating that we energetically miss something is the modality by which we identify and recognize the state or nature of the trauma coming towards the self, right? Because that is the sound of another person not building empathy to, right? That is the observation of another person knowing one's vulnerability point, right? The observation of understanding that if another person sees you working rigidly and fastidiously on trying to navigate everything and trying to be conscientious about everything, then the modality by which another person tries to injure the self by trying to articulate that you energetically miss something indicates that they had precognition of it. It indicates, right? There you are being all traumatized that you missed something, failing to recognize that if another person brings it up to you that you missed it, then it indicates that they had precognition of it. Everything is protection, and you just recognize the source of the trauma. And the modality by which those who are working in that space, the devastating recognition of energy that delights in seeing another miss something, is the shape of being able to see and identify the spite in one's life. And even in that, a blessing, because that is typically the modality by which, when we're healing, that only happens once, right? When we're healing, that only happens once, because that modality of being able to observe the quality and characteristic, that's all one needs to see, because even in that, energetic protection. And I feel like the conversation upon that is a lot of the energy healing, letting go of regret in situations by which that occurred, but being able to amplify the source of spite that was energetically directed towards the self in a situation or circumstance like that. Bottom of the deck on these readings for masculine, Tower card. This is a lot of the work that we see for a lot, I feel like, for a lot of the masculine energy, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, when you're building into the understanding of the self, right, you're going to encounter a lot of, you're going to start seeing doubt all around you. Doesn't mean you're walking in the wrong direction. Yea, though you walk through doubt, right? You walk through doubt, but even in the space by which you doubt, right? The question is, why is someone making you doubt? Is it the observation of someone trying to articulate something that you need, that is important? Or is it someone trying to plant the seed of doubt within you that requires you not to trust the direction in terms of moving towards your highest self? So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is more invested, because it's not the space by which one completely surrenders the ego. You need that thing. And a good ego is a healthy filtration system, because in the moment by which another person tells you something, when your ego is working in optimally, then you'll be able to understand if they're telling you something that you need to hear, or if they're telling you something to try to instill fear of you becoming the person that you are destined to become. And so that's a lot of the energy that's either articulating upon that within the self, or working upon that within relationship in order to heal it better. While for feminine energy, bottom of the deck for feminine, Aquarian Tarot, 10 of Cups. I didn't want to disturb the peace is the sound of feminine committing an atrocity. I didn't want to disturb the peace is the sound of feminine committing an atrocity, because the modality by which you understand that feminine holds the direction sense, that feminine's ability to identify patterns is a gift, then the modality by which, when things are not going in the right direction, and feminine goes, but I didn't, you know, what are you going to say at the end of the day? And someone goes, why didn't you do something? Well, I just wanted to be liked. Well, congratulations. What a manifest. Guys, everyone, hand it up to this person here. Hand it up to this person. They wanted to be liked. They wanted to be liked, right? That's not a manifestation goal. And the space by which, a culture that tries to identify that feminine's highest aspiration should be in likability has literally thrown the map away. They've thrown the map away as it relates to being able to identify anything healing. Because feminine's ability, here's the thing about it, the energy that truly protects is feminine. Because the modality by which feminine can articulate upon an energetic pattern and be able to articulate that to another with the work of another who works upon the healthy filtration system, it is a beautiful correlation. And the work that we do and identify is the space by which, if you're trusting your intuition, that doesn't mean that you throw all of your doubt away, right? It's not the space by which you throw all of your doubt away. You need a little bit of that. But you don't allow the conscientiousness to get in the way of the conscience. And that's what I see a lot of the healthy feminine doing, because it takes a lifetime to heal that. Not allowing the conscientiousness to get in the way of the conscience. While for non-binary energy right now, bottom of the deck, and we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine, the magician in its reversal, right? The magician in its reversal. What is the thing about it, and I want to point this out, when we talk about a healthy manifestation goal, is the observation. When you're working towards a healthy manifestation goal, then you find yourself more within it. It's not the observation, right? It's not the observation of wanting things. It's being who one is. The greatest manifestation goal in existence is coming fully into the understanding of oneself. It is the highest blessing, because when we become our fullest person, when we come into our person, then we become a blessing in relationship, not only for ourselves, but for everyone around the self, because it allows us to be able to understand the unique exquisiteness that is our energetic birthright. And that ability, right, working into a world where everyone can find their own exquisite, is why we energetically do what we do. Because, and that's what's beautiful about it, right? There's nothing about that that's a fight. There's nothing about that that's a competition. There's room for everyone on the journey of finding one's own exquisite, right? There's always enough. It's the most beautiful, sublime manifestation goal to move towards, because when we do so, we always identify that there's more space, there's more accommodation, there's more to be done, there's more to be made sense of. So, and it doesn't require us to be perfect in every experience of that, but the identification of being able to work towards that, the work that we effectively do to facilitate upon it, it allows the space by which we're able to articulate upon that expression. And the space by which we try to work into that is the space by which we're able to identify and amplify the portionality by which there's an expansion process. So there is enough. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, right, working through experiences by which they've had to heal, wherein another person has said, can you just stop being you? Can you just stop being you? It's really uncomfortable. That is the energy that is able to understand, as they move deeper into themselves, exactly the full breadth of what they're healing from. And the modality by which it's painful, but it's important, is the work that one effectively facilitates so that others don't have to go through, right? When we care about each other, we don't say, I went through it, so you have to. The greatest act of love that we articulate is saying, I'm going through it so that you don't. And that is how we improve the world around us a little bit every day in a million different ways. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone that participated in our recent class on the court cards in the wand suit. Our next class will be held on Friday, May, May, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. As well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also for um, also for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Congratulations to, bear with me one moment. Congratulations to Nicole. Thank you so much. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting a free reading. And Avatar, thank you so much for coming in second. You will have an additional card in your reading. Oh, actually, you guys have the same exact amount. Okay, so what we're gonna do, okay, we've had this before. Okay, so we've got Avatar, hold on a minute. Avatar, Nicole, because you guys got the same amount, I am going to be the way that we did this before was that I was thinking of a number. I was thinking of a number between one and between 1 and 10, and the person that effectively guesses the number first will energetically will get the reading. I feel like that's. Oh, it says you're head of two. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm seeing it. Hold on. I'm confirming here. I've got you guys at the same. So if anybody else is seeing different, let me know. But that's what I was seeing. I just want to confirm. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for confirming. All right. So if you guys are comfortable with that, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 10. And the first person I see that posts a number will get the reading. Excellent. Oh, did she step away? Hold on a moment. Hold on. Wait, Nicole, we have to make sure Avatar's here. Okay. All right. So we're going to hold. We're going to hold to see when Avatar comes back. And when we do so, then we'll, oh, okay, perfect. Excellent. So Avatar and Nicole, you guys have the same exact. So I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 10. And the first person that posts the number will get the reading. Starting, excellent. Starting, okay, perfect. Okay, starting now. Avatar, congratulations, you got it. Thank you so much. And Nicole, you'll have an additional card in your reading as well. Thank you guys for participating. Excellent. All right. And thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. All right. We are going to continue right now. The next person on if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to be doing another reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. First person, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And just bear with me a minute. Excellent. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, please keep in mind that you will also, please keep in mind that you can also get on the list via the same methods that I articulated in the tree that has links in it in my bio. You can also, if you become a paid member, you will have the same benefits that we've articulated for subscribers, including a free 1 card reading each day. Hi there, Siobhan. Good to see you today. Excellent. And just bear with me a moment. Thank you for the compliment, Swamp. I'll take that, cheese. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, Dan. Ray, I don't think any, I mean, I feel like the space by which, I have to stress this, the space by which you articulated that there was something about this reading that felt like there was something about me telling you what to do is a projection. So this was effectively a reading talking about the energetic work that each of the signs are doing. There were no directions in it. So I want you to potentially, you might want to read, you might want to go back and listen to what was stated in a way by which you're not projecting upon it, but so that you can actually listen to what was being said. And thank you so much, Nougat, for the donation. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Oh, that's really kind of you to say, Mork. That's also very, thank you as well, Barry. Excellent. And I hope you guys are having an absolutely beautiful day. Just a reminder as well for anyone joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Excellent. Grand Rising, dear. And thank you as well. How you doing today? Excellent. Grand Rising, Nicole. How you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. And Psychic Biker, thank you for the follow. Great name. Thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Nicole and Lizard, thank you so much for the follow. Kara, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, somebody, for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live as well, Two Birds. And Avatar, thank you for those gifts. Thank you so much for those beautiful gifts as well, Nicole. Absolutely. How you doing today? Thank you. Thank you for confirmation, Avatar. Denise, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. And I'm so glad. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Avatar. Listening while you work. Good to see you today. Ella, I'm going to be responding to you. Thank you for sending me that message. I've been trying to take a moment to get my thoughts in order in terms of being able to convey what was articulated. But I just wanted to let you know I haven't forgotten. I'm going to be I'm going to be getting back to you today. And thank you for your patience. It sounds like my reading yesterday. Yeah, it does. Very much so, Nicole. I know the capybara is really sweet. Excellent. I have a very simple rule here, Lighthouse. We do not. I'd like to refer you to my code of conduct that you'll find pinned to my profile. One of the things to keep in mind is we do not post things in the chat that try to provoke fear in others. So please, like the space by which you're coming in here, casting condemnation, is you not necessarily understanding what it is that you yourself are reading, right? We want to alleviate a fear-based mindset. A lot of the work that we identify, especially in terms of you, like that is you kind of working. Like when you work in service to the fear-based mindset, then you're working in service to fear. So I want you to be conscientious of that in order for you to be able to heal better. So if you continue to post things that are fear-based or trying to identify the fact that another person is in danger, I will proceed to mute you, because that is oppositional to the force of love. And I hope you find the healing you seek on that journey. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Maze. I have to point out, Yeshua never did anything in terms of articulating a fear-based mindset. In fact, most of the writings, most of the messages we have from Yeshua were messages of talking about love for each other and love for the energy around us, not the space by which they were trying to cast fear. So make sure that you're not misinterpreting or damaging the word in relationality, in trying to utilize it to create fear, because that's oppositional to what they said. I do my best, Maze. I'm glad to hear that your messages are also in similar alignment. I know, but here's the thing about it. It's not about soon enough, right? We articulate what we need when we're able to hear it, right? We're exactly where we need to be. Don't don't let don't let the regret don't let the regret affect you in that way. I know it is a beautiful deck, isn't that? Thank you for also receiving this, Maze. You're so welcome. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Pisces. Good to see you today, Ella. Sierra, thank you for the follow. And thank you for reposting, Nicole. So, Pisces, super fan, you get a discount when you send for the donation reads. So it's 3 cards. So instead of 3 cards for 29, it's 4 for 23. You also get a free 1 card reading each day. Thank you as well, Ella. Thank you as well, Sherry. I trust myself fully. And thank you for sharing the live, Maze and Daisy. Absolutely. Good to see you today, Per. Trying to be liked by everyone is too exhausting. I understand. You're so welcome, Kitty. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Excellent. Yeah, I have to apologize, Nicole. I have to go. The thing is, and I think it's the same thing. Same thing that I articulate in relationality to when I do the giveaways. Sometimes what you guys see is different than what I see on my end. So, and I think that others were trying to, everything I was seeing on my end was stating that you and them, I'll take a screen cap on my end as well. It had you guys at the same. So I again, if you're seeing something different, I can't control for that. I can only go off of what I'm seeing on my side. So I hope you understand. But that's often why I articulate when I'm doing the giveaways that what I see, I'm basing it off of what I see, not necessarily on what you see, because sometimes I see things differently than you guys do. I appreciate your understanding in that. Okay. And thank you for sharing the live, Mama. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ella. Thank you as well, Pink. All right, my friends, we're going to get started right now on personal readings. But if you would like to get on the list today, the list is now open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. First person we're reading for today is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And also, just a reminder, if anybody is on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is send. If you would like to get on the hold list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Second call right now for Stella. If Stella is not here, we are going to continue. The next person on the list for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Excellent. Oh, that's beautiful. I appreciate that, Avatar. So Avatar, Nicole, Avatar is gifting you. Avatar is going to be gifting you the reading that they received today. And thank you, Avatar. I'll be definitely giving you an additional card as well. It's okay. Not a problem, dear. So Nicole, if you would like to let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. No problem, dear. Absolutely. All right. So if you would like to hold on that. So Nicole, I'm putting that reading on hold for you. That said, we are going to be moving into 1 card readings right now for super fans and members. So if you are a super fan who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the chat space. If you are a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can do so as well. Highest good for Ella, please. Can I get 1 card for Ella, please? Highest good. I feel like I see some kind of situation or circumstance right now wherein you're effectively navigating or trying to identify something that you are trying to do in a way by which you're able to express, and I think that there's something about you trying to take some kind of, it's stating like trying to take an energetic, generous approach in relationality to something that you're trying to communicate to another. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly with this 10 of Pentacles in its upright. The thing I keep on seeing is working through circumstances or experiences wherein you yourself are trying to identify and recognize what it is that you're trying to do more, But I feel like there's something important that I see that you're trying to articulate. It feels to me like a conversation you're having with someone as it relates to trying to take a balanced approach to something. Because when we're bringing balance to situations, it requires us to look at things. I keep wondering, it requires us to look at things with a sense of proportionality, right? Like it's not, I feel like it's almost you arguing that, like, I keep on hearing sameness, like sameness is not a quality, is all I keep on hearing, because sameness is not a quality, does not take into account what another energetically needs in relationality to being able to address trying to heal something. Animal spirit, please. Animal oracle. Yeah, particularly with this salmon card, the thing I'm identifying, with the salmon card is it says to me like it's a conversation I see that you have with another person as it relates to what it means when we're working hard towards things, right? And the conversation by which we're able to work hard towards things is understanding that the quality and condition by which we by which we work is proportionate to where we find ourselves. So I feel like it's really interesting because I almost like I see you doing something and putting in extra effort, but also articulating to another person that it shouldn't require that, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like when we care about each other, I keep wondering, when we care about each other, we work hard for one another, but it doesn't require us to do work for one another, right? We work hard for one another, but not do work for one another, is all I keep on hearing. Because that is the space by which we are able to navigate that's how we get stronger at something. Thank you. Absolutely. One moment, please. I got you, Avatar. Can I get one card for Avatar, please, on love? One card for Avatar, please, on love. I'm seeing the four. I'm seeing the Four of Pentacles in its upright. So I feel like I'm identifying a circumstance or situation um, by which it's saying to me like a circumstance or situation that requires a sense of stability in terms of being able to feel like when we care about each other, we build a strong foundation in things. And so it's saying to me that a healthy energy is going to be able to articulate to you exactly what it is that they want to create with you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's interesting. You got that 10 of Pentacles. We've got that 10 of Pentacles in the bottom of the deck again, which is, I keep on seeing, like there's something really important about that in terms of, um, in terms of navigating a situation by which another person, like I keep on hearing, like none of this energy that tries to articulate upon the fact that they're just trying to see what's out there, right? Because energy that identifies the fact that they're just trying to see what's out there is usually not necessarily committed to something, that to wanting to build towards something supportive, but rather, like I keep on seeing, like not like I keep on hearing a supportive system is not one by which another person says that they're up for anything, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, the hind. Like you, I keep hearing you are worthy. You are worthy of something. And I keep on hearing something is the clarity by which another person articulates to you what is energetically important, right? So make sure someone is valuing you by telling you what it is they want to have with you. Thank you so much, dear. One moment, please. Absolutely. And thank you. Excellent. You're so welcome, Ella. Grand Rising, Estevan. Good to see you today. One card in love for Estevan, please. One card in love for Estevan. Wow, that's more than one. Bear with me a moment. I got 3 cards around you right now. What's going on with these 3 cards? You know, here's the thing about it. I feel like there's something really important that I'm seeing here in relationality to these cards. Like as it relates to like it says to me, like this is what I see you trying to build with counterpart, right? And I like to point this out. Like the one thing I want to show you here is like the Magician and the Page of Swords are actually very well suited for one another, right? Because it's the space by which they're working in a unified way to be able to identify and recognize what it is that they're trying to create together. Now, the thing with this Justice card here that I'm seeing is, I mean, it says to me that somebody who is for you is going to be confident enough to articulate to is going to be confident enough to be beside you, which is the space by which it's somebody, it's like I see you and another person being very, I don't know why I keep on getting like you and another person being very committed or driven as it relates to the way that you do something, but not just the way that you do something, the way that you successfully articulate upon empowering each other. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Eight of Wands here, like the Eight of Wands here identifies or works through, like when we care about each other, we're mutually empowering, right? We're identifying and recognizing the ways by which we're trying to do something in a way that we've never done it before. And I keep on seeing that for some of that, like it's saying to me, there's something about consistent communication there because yeah, animal spirit, particularly with the sow, right? Consistency is priority, right? So when we're building into, like I feel like I see you saying to someone consistent is priority because the consistency that we energetically create for one another is understanding and recognizing the prioritization point that we're trying to build together. So I feel like there's something important about that as it relates to, I don't know if you've been having issues in terms of another person like articulating to you what their plans are, but I feel like it's reminding you that if someone doesn't have plans with you ahead of time, they don't have plans with you at all, is what I keep on saying. If someone can't take the time to make those plans ahead, then it's not the space by which it's like not creating a space of having to be constantly vigilant, hoping to connect with someone, but the space by which we can feel the stability that we're creating for one another. Yeah, I got you, Esteban. Sending you support on that journey. And bear with me a moment, just reading over some of the questions coming through. You're so welcome, Ella. Ivana, one card, please. Angelic guidance. Bear with me one moment. Hold on a minute. Can I get one card, angelic guidance, for Ivana, please? We've got the Knight of Pentacles in its upright. There's something, I feel like there's something really important. I feel like I see something really important in relationality to how do I describe this best? Something important, relationality to being able to build into the observation of focusing on what is important. And I want to describe something I'm seeing here. And I think it's interesting too, because it feels like it's connected to your dream space. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, we've got the Eight of Wands here coming through again. Um, let allow the context of working through. I feel like this is you trying to find a distraction-free environment so that you can do something, is what I keep on getting. Um, Animal Oracle, please. Yeah, especially with the stag. Um, when we care about each other, when we care about each other, we prioritize creating distraction-free environments because the state or space by which we're effectively working through it is the observation of being able to identify and articulate. Um, it's saying to me that that's you and another person, that like it's somebody giving you what you need in order to facilitate doing something in a way that you've never done it before. So I feel like there's something about that in terms of trying to amplify or work through the space of getting, like I feel like it's getting some kind of space, or putting some kind of space aside that you know that when you come into you can fully concentrate. So think a little bit about, I feel like it's almost articulating like creating a tangible space that helps you get into a mental space more easily. Thank you, Ivana. And just reading over. I got you, Minnie. One card on partnership, please, for Minnie. We've got the Seven of Wands here in its upright. So I feel like there's something in relationality to the Seven of Wands here that articulates upon, like I see you and another person. Um, I don't know if you've been thinking about moving or trying to go somewhere, or it feels like it's easier, but there's a quality or condition. There's a quality or condition I see around something that almost feels to me like I feel like it's interesting because like I see you and another person working through something in a way by which you're helping each other see how someone was making something harder for you than was necessary. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune in its Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. Um, I don't know why I keep on hearing something about a false poverty mindset, you know? Yeah, especially with the cat energy, right? Um, there's something I'm identifying there in relationality to some kind of like, I keep wondering, there's something in relationality that I'm seeing there as it relates to some kind of um, false poverty mindset. And the thing that often happens is, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word false posit poverty mindset. The modality by which another person does not articulate how safe we are, like once we see that, like it's the space by which another person never forgives them, is what I keep on seeing, because it's the observation of being able to recognize the nature of a limitation that creates the nature of a limitation that is a false sense of a limitation that doesn't allow us to be able to fulfill our purpose, is what I keep on seeing. So I don't know if this is something that you yourself are working to heal from, or something that counterpart is working to heal from, but I feel like there's something about that that I feel like is happening that's creating some kind of feeling of energetically letting go. Um, yeah, and that was coming through like very heavily. Mm-hmm. Melissa. Ooh, one card for Melissa on the ladybug. It feels like somebody in spirit that was trying to articulate and amplify that you're not alone. You know, there's something important I'm seeing there. Yeah, especially with that wheel of fortune. Like there's something about that wheel of fortune and its reversal. I feel like it was a message from someone, and I don't know if you were feeling very lonely in that moment, but I almost feel like it was somebody trying to articulate the fact that they're with you every step of the way on something. Um, Animal Oracle, please. Yeah, particularly and especially with the Ram energy. Like I feel like it was somebody trying to give you a vote of confidence and spirit that you've got something. Like they're I just keep on seeing like don't I feel like they're saying like don't be too hard on yourself if you're going through hard decisions is what I'm getting, right? Like don't let the hard decisions harden you. One card for It's My. We've got the Justice card in its upright. So I feel like I'm identifying and recognizing situations by which you're working to apply balance to things. And what I'm getting about this is don't like your ability to balance does not require you to have to get upset at yourself if you're not constantly thinking about everything, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly with this Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, don't be hard on yourself. Like you can't be hard on yourself if you feel like if you're doing everything and you feel like you're energetically missing things. Because I just keep on seeing a circumstance or situation by which I've just I've got you kind of like moving, I see you kind of like moving like a million miles a minute. And the thing you have to recognize is if you're moving a million miles a minute, and others should be helping you in that way, right? They shouldn't be articulating upon the fact that you're missing things. And I keep on getting, yeah, the sound of love is foresight. The sound of love, right? Like the sound of love is foresight. And the reason I keep on hearing the sound of love is foresight is that when we care about each other, right? Then when we care about each other, then we build into the context of healthy energetic reminders. But the healthy energetic reminders that we see, that we apply effort and energy to, is the definition or the architecture by which we understand that everything does not necessarily, things do not solely rest on our shoulders when the energy around us is building into things collectively. So I feel like there's something really important about that, specifically and particularly in relationality to energy, trying to articulate what it is you're trying to do, but not just what you're trying to do, but what you need in order to do something effectively. Thank you so much, dear. And thank you, Kathleen, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. I got you. Absolutely. One card regarding connection for Chrissy, please. Got the Devil card in its reversal. So the Devil card in its reversal um, is working through. I feel like I see you working through the observation that we can't energetically miss the things that are for us, and the ability by which the ability by which we're able to heal is by being able to identify and recognize what it is that we're working on, right? Healthy energy, healthy energy understands that we're not perfect, right? Healthy energy is the space by which we work to perfect together, is what I keep on getting. Animal Oracle, please. And please, if you haven't already posted your one card hold, yeah, especially with the otter energy, right? Um, you know, trauma demands things from us after the fact, right? Trauma, and I have to point this out, trauma demands things from us after the fact, which is the space by which, and I keep on getting, you can't build anything healthy with someone that always says you should have done this, instead of someone who actively who wants to collaborate with you in the present. So be very conscientious of somebody who always says should instead of want, right? Because should should is shut. And should is shut because it's a space by which another person is creating an environment that allows them to always be energetically victimized, because it's a modality by which one doesn't articulate what they want, but then the space by which another person tries to hold another accountable because another person did not articulate what they needed in order to have their needs met. So be conscientious if you're in the process of healing from a situation or circumstance like that. Consistency is priority. Tap to claim, Esteban. You're so welcome, dear. I got you, Kath. You're the next person we're reading for. Light, these are one card readings for super fans and for paid members. So if you would like to become a super fan or a paid member, I'd be happy to draw a card for you. And Light Seeker, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Michelle, thank you for the follow. Excellent. One moment, please. You're welcome, Esteban. You're welcome, Ivana. Oh, Lisa, one card on my zone. Oh, I love that. Zone of Genius. That's wonderful. Can I get one card, please? I feel like there's something about, I honestly feel like there's something important about that in helping others realize, it's helping others realize what they can't see within themselves. Yeah, especially with that Six of Pentacles, you know? Um, there's something like the thing about it is when I see energy like that, it's like, yeah, especially there you go, especially with the especially with this blank animal spirit card coming up, it feels to me like the ability to help another person, like the ability of helping another person um through their own self-doubts, like it feels very energy based, right? Being able to effectively help another person keep their energy in some kind of point of confidence is what I'm seeing. Confidence is competence. Thank you. Belle, these are donation based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to draw a card for you. We also do one card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a fan. I got you, Ava. One card on them, please. The Queen of Wands in its reversal. So the Queen of Wands in its reversal, I feel like I see something important in terms of identifying or recognizing your own ability to it feels like I gotta describe this. Um when how do I describe what I'm reading for? It's really interesting because the thing with the Queen of Wands in its reversal can often can often identify um, someone like an individual who hasn't, um, someone who hasn't healed fully from their trauma will often try to replicate their trauma, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly with this Two of Cups in its reversal, you know, I feel like it's almost interesting because every time I read for you and another person, I see like, I feel like I see you having moved in some direction where you're working to let go of something. And I see them like fastidiously holding on to something, is what I keep on getting. Animal oracle, please. Yeah, particularly with this wolf energy. Um, I have to, you know, I feel like there's something about the understanding of saying, like, it's the difference between somebody who says, um, like the space by which another person says, like, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. It's more of the space of saying, if you can't handle it me at my worst, then you probably care about me. Because it's the space by which we say to another person, that's not okay, that allows an individual to be able to recognize the capacity by which they themselves are capable to heal. So I think it's interesting because I almost feel like, you know, I feel like it's the difference between another person, um, like another person, like I feel like I see you walking away from something that another person was like condoning or working into, like it keeps on showing me a situation by which you weren't necessarily being given all the facts about something. Like that's what I keep on seeing, that's kind of strange about it. You know, like when we care about each other, we give each other all of the facts, even if they're hard. I keep on hearing, even if they're hard to digest, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear, and sending you support on that journey. All right. And thank you for those gifts, Yvonne. I appreciate you. The list is open. You're the next person on it, Kath. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. All right. Highest priority for Kath. And guide on any message from guides that you need to hear right now. Okay. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic, dream interpretation, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. And which deck are you talking about, Bonnie? How you doing today, dear? And thank you for the follow. Excellent. I got you, Kath. All right. And I'm going to, before we continue with Kath's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, and I'm going to pin you up here. Just bear with me a moment. All right, guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Highest priority and guide messages from guides that you need to hear. And can I get 4 cards, please? One moment. Four cards. Mm-hmm. And one more. Oh, wow. I feel like there's something really important that I see you navigating. And I feel like the thing that I'm identifying here is it's stating to me, it's working through an environment by which somebody is able to effectively like it's interesting because I feel like I see you trying to do something right now. In a way by which you have to amplify. And like the message is coming through. The message is coming through. One of your guides is understanding that when you're amplifying something, you're gonna ruffle some feathers. You're gonna ruffle some feathers if you're trying to do something in a way that it hasn't been done before, right? There's no way you can do something that hasn't been done before without ruffling some feathers in the context of doing it, is what I keep on seeing. Like it's like, and especially, and like the thing about it is like new things, like the message is coming through on it is new things ruffle feathers. And the thing about it is good feathers can effectively be ruffled, which is the understanding, right? Like the understanding that, like it's interesting too because I'm hearing like a good feather can be ruffled because it's taking into, right, it's taking something into consideration that hasn't necessarily been taken into consideration before. And I want to describe this too, like it feels a little bit like, and I like to point this out, old systems don't like new information, right? Like old systems don't like new information, but a good system is able to identify and recognize, like a good system is able to effectively identify and adapt to the information that's coming through on something. And I think that that's really important. Hold on, I gotta perfect timing. I gotta go move straight. Yeah, get off. No, absolutely not. Get off of it. Come on. No, I don't want to hear it. Get off of it. You know you shouldn't be there. Okay. Thank you. But that's a part of the reading too. So and I want to point this out. Like when we're working in a healthy way, information is not precious. Is what I keep on getting. Because the reason that information is not precious is because the more information we're able to bring to things, the more we're able to do something effectively. And I feel like there's something important about that as it relates to like drips or drops of information. Or someone like, and I want to point this out, like someone who only gives you the information that's necessary is never going to give you the context by which you can do something effectively. Because I almost like, I feel like I see you. Like, I feel like I literally see you trying to say to somebody, right? Like, why? Like, I almost feel like I almost see you having a conversation with someone being like, why is that necessary? And then being like, that's the way we do it. And being like, well, why do you do it that way? And then it's like, you ever see that, like somebody who goes into, that's the way it's done, and being like, that's not an answer, right? Like that's literally when somebody says like, and you want to point out, like you have to like move that away when somebody says this is the way we do it, and they go, why do you do it that way? And so that's the way it's done. That's somebody who was really saying, I don't want to. Right there it is. That's all it is. I don't want to. It's that easy. It's literally like that's all. Like that's all you see. Like the most convenient way, right? The description. We should have a word for it, right? It's the invention. It's the invention of a false standard that gets in the way, right? The invention of it's a false flag. It's the invention of a false flag or a false standard that gets in the way, because the false flag, right? The false flag is somebody that articulates and says, oh, we can't do it that way. And then you being like, well, why can't we do it that way? Because that's not the way it's done. And being like, well, why is that the way it's done? It's just the way it is. That it's just the way it's done, right? That's literally jargon. That's literally made up. It's made up stuff, right? It's literally just made up stuff. Like you can just see somebody like spinning on their heels in relationality to the fact that what they're really saying is, I don't want to. And I feel like your ability of being like, okay, so just to be clear, right? Your ability to clarify a situation like that and being like, just to be clear, there's no reason it can't be done that way beyond the fact that you don't want to. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you properly, right? You literally saying that to someone. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you properly. What you're really saying is you don't want to. And then they say, I didn't say that. Say, yes, you did. Because you're not saying anything. You're not giving any, you're not giving any grounds, right? You're not giving any grounds as to why it has to be that way. And I keep on hearing, past does not build precedent. Past does not, past does not build precedent unless we don't want to do something, right? Past does not build precedent unless we are energetically inclined not to desire to do something. So the observation, and I want to point out, this is what I meant in terms of you saying, I just want to make sure that I have you on the record for saying that. Right? There's something about, I just keep on hearing one of your guides putting a record scratch, being like, I just want to get you on the record. Right? I just want to get you on the record. I just want to get you on the record for saying there's no reason you can't do something. Right? Because that right there, you've just discovered prejudice. Right? What that actually is prejudice. It's so much worse because, and this is, I don't know why your guys are showing this to me, but they're saying pay a lot of attention between someone that says we can't do that, right? And then you say, why can't you do it? And they go, because we don't do it that way, right? And then you say, because we don't do it that way, right? And then you say, well, why don't you do it that way? It's just the way we've always done it. Okay, that's good. So then you say to them, and this is what you have to say back to them. You have to say, so you don't want to do it. You could, but you don't want to. And they're going to say, no, we can't. And be like, no, you're holding prejudice, right? That's prejudice. And the reason that they're describing it, bottom of the deck, is prejudice, is because you have to understand that the root word for prejudice is making a decision, right? Making a decision without any cause or reason because you feel inclined to do it. You're allowed to call it prejudice because it is. Their guides are saying when that happens, call it like it is. Say, okay, let's just be clear. You're utilizing prejudice. And when they try to say to you, it's not prejudice, you can say it is prejudice. I keep on getting, it's interesting. I don't have the definition of prejudice here, but they're just articulating the fact. Show them the definition of prejudice, because the misconception that prejudice is literally the space by which you say, that's when you've prejudged something, right? When you prejudge something, which is the space by which you said, somebody saying I'm not going to do that, but then having no cause or reason not to, is the amplification of them trying to, they're using, don't be like, okay, let's be clear, you're being prejudiced upon me. Because I don't know why it's coming through right now, but I feel like that conversation, like write down that logical path work, because I feel like it's going to help you in some way in terms of like identifying and saying, let's just be like, keep on hearing you say, let's just call it what it is, right? Let's just call them what it is. And they're gonna defer upon it. They're gonna say, no, it's not. And you'll be like, yes, it is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also, when we get to 50K likes, we'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We're already at 15K, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Lisa. Excellent. These are donation-based readings. We already did the free collective today. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers, 4 cards for 23 for super fans. Okay, continuing. Hi there, Andy. How you doing today? We start with a wow. I like that. Thank you, Per. And thank you so much, Reads on Matcha, for the follow. Stella, yes, I was looking for you. You are the next person on the list for today. Yeah, they need to provide details. And I keep on getting, if they won't provide details, it's prejudice, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing that's the way we do it is not a reason. Right? That's prejudice. Yeah, I can certainly see myself saying I don't want to. Sabrina, thank you for the follow. Excellent. I needed to hear that. Yeah, it does. It feels like it feels like, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's something work related about it, but it also feels like, I don't know why, it feels like there might be something personal about it as well. Mhm. You're so welcome, Kath. I got you, dear. All right, and we're going to continue right now. And just a reminder, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway, we're also doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And just reading. Also, a thought about something personal. Oh, they said that's how they're doing it. Okay, thank you for also confirming what I was seeing there, Kath. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. And before we continue with this reading, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the wolf. We'll do that again during the next reading. And I'm going to pin you up here, Stella. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Okay. All right. And more. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So I feel like I see something. A minute, just reading into this. I feel like I'm seeing something really. It's interesting too because the message that's coming through upon it um, is specifically. It's specifically coming through the form of an angelic. And in this angelic that I see that's working with you, the thing I keep on identifying in relationality to it is how do I describe this best? Be wary of someone that tries to do something in front of you to provoke the worst feeling from you, is what I keep on seeing. And what I mean by that is, like, pay very close attention, right? Like, it's like pay very close attention to someone who almost goes out of their way to avoid you, but in a way by which, and I keep on getting, um, like, somebody energetically benefits by you reacting to something that is completely, like, completely reasonable, but in the same context by which the reasonability of your response is energetically proportional to the fact that they're like, they themselves are trying to paint, like, they have a tendency of liking to paint their own stories upon things. And the thing you'll notice with energy that likes to paint stories on things is energy that likes to paint stories on things will literally try to create an environment that brings the worst version of you out. And the worst part about it is it's going to potentially feel provocative, right? It's the modality by which one energetically feels provoked, specifically and particularly because, right? Like, another person wants to articulate and be like, I wasn't doing anything, right? But they're like, but, and I want to point this out, like, when somebody when somebody cries innocent, innocent energy doesn't cry innocent, is what I keep on getting, right? Innocent energy doesn't have to cry innocent to be energetically innocent, but it's very convenient, right? It's very convenient when another person is trying to do something to provoke us. And then, like, I keep on hearing the modality by which we, right? The modality by which we address something, right? And then in the space by which we address something, then another person, right? Then another person feels relieved because we've given them exactly we've given them exactly what they need to effectively try to identify or articulate something that they wanted to do anyway, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something really important about that I'm seeing. And the importance that I see in relationality to you observing that is effectively your own ability to, and I want to point out, once you see that quality in another, you can't necessarily unsee it, but you have to understand, and I know that this is going to sound awful, but it's true. Some energy, when you say to them, how could you? Like, the answer is because they lost their compassion a long time ago. You know, there are some people, okay? There are some people on this earth that inhabit the shell of themselves, right? And the shell of themselves is identifying, right, the state or space by which they work through, right? They work through their emptiness, through hurt, like the space by which they work through their emptiness, not by making nourishing choices, but because, right, because they let go of their hope so long ago that they don't do anything. Like, they don't do anything for the sake of to whether it's good or not, but just in the space by which it effectively, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which it passes the time. you know, like it creates something different in their experience. And I want to point out, energy without purpose seeks diversion. Energy lacking purpose seeks diversion, which is the energy by which it's like the space by which they navigate their own lack of purpose with the sense by which they try to identify that nothing matters, right? Never is somebody so far off the path than they feel fervently that nothing matters, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Because, and the thing about it is, when somebody feels that nothing matters, there's nothing you can do, right? Like they have chosen, if they've chosen nihilism, like if they've chosen, and here's the thing about it, you have to understand, because I feel like this is what the guide's trying to say to you. The universe is very generous, right? So when we ask for things, the universe grants them to us. So you have to understand the quality by which another person, this is why it's so dangerous, because when another person has decided nothing matters, then they lose the ability, right? What they really don't understand is they're worshiping nothingness, right? Because when they identify, you have to understand that when they say nothing matters, what they're really saying is the only thing that matters is nothing. They don't realize what they do when they say that, because when they identify the fact that when they're saying to themselves over and over and over again, nothing matters, all they're doing is worshiping nothingness. And so all they see around them is more nothingness. So the modality by which you can't go up to someone who's in that space and say to them, hey, why are you doing this? Like, you're creating, and that's the thing about it, you're literally trying to say to them, you're creating nothingness, right? You're creating energetic misery around you. But they don't understand the fact, because they're so lost in their own nothingness, then they don't realize that they're turning everyone around them into a shell of themselves, because, right? All they can see until they change their perception is they literally don't see things the same way that you do, because they let go of that ability to see it, right? They've been invoking it. They've been energetically, the nihilism invokes upon itself, it insists upon itself. And so the modality by which there's no way you can go up to somebody that's in that space and say to them, can't you see what you're doing? Because they can't. That's why we articulate, like, let those who can see, let them see. Because unfortunately, like, when someone's in that fugue state, they're the only way they're going to be able to recognize that is if they start taking energetic accountability. And in the modality by which they're able to take accountability, right? Like, when everything falls away and they see the full extent, right? It's profound. But I almost feel like there's something about that. The reason, like, the reason that another person puts some distance from you is, I just keep on hearing, to a certain extent, you already moved that shroud away from them to a certain extent. But the modality by which, like, I keep on hearing, you move the shroud away so that they saw the devastation. But make sure that you're, like, I keep on hearing, the best thing you can give to a situation like that is distance, because your ability to put distance from it is the observation by which you're working on understanding that nothing, that the what you are, like, the anything they gave you in that space was a false promise and a false illusion, and there was nothing you could have done in that situation to make that false promise or illusion ever become true. That's all they give others. All they do, I just keep on hearing, they build a world around them of false promises and illusions. And there's a bunch of energy waiting around them patiently for nothing to happen, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also, friends, we are at 18.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Kath. They lose connection with the higher self. Like when you lose compassion, then you lose. I mean, you lose. Like, you'll often notice when I read for energy like that, they ask questions and they don't get answers. Like the silence, the silence occurs because you've lost connection to the higher consciousness. Hmm. Yeah. I feel like this is a reaffirmation for those moments or experiences by which you feel. I feel like there's something about that where you feel that tug, but you have to understand, if you feel that tug, that is almost like somebody that's trapped in that nihilism, trying to pull you back towards it. So don't move towards it. Remember that pull is probably because you're in the process of healing from it. How you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you, dear. And thank you, Katie, for the follow. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Got you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Per. And if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for is Per, but before we continue with Per's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. Got a lot of stag energy coming up today. It's like stag, stag, stag. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. And just bear with me a moment. Just a reminder to those who are super fans, you can, whenever you have information that's relevant to the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, you saw who? Sorry, that works. Paintbrush. Excellent. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Oh my gosh, that's wild. Okay. Let's get to it. All right, just bear with me a moment. So, to give a little bit of context in terms of what we're reading for here, what we basically identified was we did a pet reading the other day, and the pet reading was trying to navigate a situation by which there was an animal that was visiting. And this is why I like to work with my clients, because the answer to the situation, and that's why it felt funny for me, because I didn't even feel like I could claim credit for it, actually appeared in a dream that was delivered um, several weeks ago. So it was basically the implementation of the message that was conveyed in the dream that has effectively helped to navigate a situation by which the animal themselves was feeling anxiety, and has now resolved, or has come into a state of being energetically calm, or has calmed down, because they've successfully had the information transmitted to them that the stay is not permanent, but instead is for a short period that they now recognize. However, we've navigated that on behalf of the energy of the cat, who is now on their best behavior. So I'm very glad to hear that the information or the determination that we made in that experience resulted in a positive outcome, and has changed the way that that particular animal is experiencing it. However, there is still another animal that is in this situation, and this is the dog energy, who, now that we see that the cat has calmed down, the dog is still very much bothering the cat continuously. So let's see if we can get insight in terms of what's going on for that pet reading, because the last pet reading we did was heavily focusing on the one energy of the cat. So let's see if we can get some information to recognize and identify how to energetically resolve what's occurring for the dog energy. Can I please get, yeah, that makes, yeah, that's why we've got the stag coming up. Okay. Yeah, 4 cards, please. 1, 2, 3, and one more. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's all wands. Okay, it's all wands. I'm just gonna show you, I'm just gonna show you these cards to give you some observation of the situation that we see that you're navigating, because this is your pet, right? This is good now. You see this? This is good. Everything's copacetic between you and them. Like, look at this. You guys are on the same page here, right? So the this energy and you guys are like perfectly good, right? Navigable. Everything's fine, right? The issue that we're seeing here is the fact that I told you the last time we did this reading, it was a territorial issue that was happening, right? And the thing about it is, I now see a situation, right? And this is the dog that's visiting, right? You can see the issue that's occurring now, which is effectively the state by which we've got the energy of the cat that's copacetic, but it hasn't resolved, right? It hasn't resolved the fact that the dog energy is still being very, I keep on getting very energetically territorial. But the thing I keep on identifying about this to a certain extent, I feel like it has to do, there's a little bit of stir craziness that I'm seeing here. I'm picking up some stir craziness. I feel like I see an energy that has a lot of energy. And so the thing about it is, I see somebody like this, and the thing about it, it doesn't feel so much. Here's the thing about it: it doesn't feel so much territorial as it does bored, right? And I gotta say, and I know that this is not ideal, but the truth is, what I'm basically seeing here is understanding that when energy, right, when energy is bored and young, then it will look to stir up trouble, right? It's looking for something to stir. It's looking for something to activate. It's looking for something to energetically prove itself upon, right? And so I now see that there's a situation by which, and here's the thing about it, and unfortunately, like your cat, unfortunately, your cat kind of accidentally egged the energy on, because at first, right, I see the fact that they were like, I keep on hearing what was happening was that your pet was being territorial, they're being more playful, right? So it feels a little bit now like the energy's trying to get them to play with them again, specifically and particularly because I literally see a situation by which your pet was incensed and they were excited, right? Yours was incensed and agitated, and they were excited and delightful. They were navigating it in the space by which they thought that something was fun. So I would definitely recommend, I think the first thing that you can do about this situation is you got to get them outside as much as possible. You got to wear them out, is what I keep on getting. That the you got to get them outside somewhere away from this energy and let them get it all out, is what I see. Just let them get it, like let them get it all out of their system, because when that way, right, when you, and I would say like do it as early in the day as possible, is what I keep on seeing, so that that way by the time the energy comes back in, it is looking, it's looking to rest, right? They're looking to rest, and then everything will be fine, because the issue I just keep on seeing is, this is a maturity issue. This is a ball of energy. And so your ability to navigate the fact that this is the energy, right? Like this is the energy that's looking, right? That's looking for something, like I keep on hearing like they want to shake something up, right? They want to shake something up. They want to get it out of their system. So, and especially I keep on hearing they get very excited because I see the fact that they don't typically have other animal energy around them, right? The ability by which you're able to effectively get that out and then bring them back into the space by which this energy's around, like the quality and condition by which they'll start to be more relaxed and restive, rather than looking for that energy to be the source of their entertainment. Bottom of the deck. Um, if this energy, if there's no ability to allow the space by which this energy can have time outdoors to work this out, I would suggest potentially trying to find a healthy partition, right? Which is the modality by which I keep on seeing, the modality by which every time this energy tries to come towards it, you move it into, right? You move them into a space by which they're energetically separated, right? The space by which you communicate to them. And I keep on seeing, you don't have to do anything drastic. You just have to be consistent with it. So I keep on hearing like every time they make contact, every time they make contact, they have to be moved into a separate space, then they will understand, right? Then they will understand the quality. I keep on hearing you don't like, and here's the thing about it, don't yell at them. Don't yell at them, because you have to understand, if they're seeking excitability, then I keep on hearing you yelling or you getting excited is also feeding into their excitement. So I keep on seeing in the space by which, like, once, if you're also doing the work by which you're energetically, you're getting them out, you're getting it out of their system. I just keep on seeing every time they make contact, like, you don't have to do anything drastic. You literally just pick them up and you bring them back. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if they have a crate or something. Like, if they have a crate or a space and you put them, you create that distance, then what they're going to learn, I keep on hearing, they're going to understand and recognize that contact, right? They're going to understand and recognize that every time, the only thing they're going to find when they try to make contact with that energy is rest, right? They're going to learn, like, it's you having to tell them, right? The only thing they're going to find if they make contact with them is rest, right? So you don't have to do anything crazy, right? You don't have to do anything, and I keep on hearing, do it as gently as possible, because it's going to be helping them understand that they're going to understand that what they're looking for when they make contact with that creature is the opposite of what they're trying to find. They're going to eventually, they're going like they will, I keep on hearing, they will give them the space. But it says to me that you have to combine both. You have to combine both practices. So one, making sure that you're consistent in terms of getting them out to activate and get a lot of energy out of their system, and then being very consistent, like very, very consistent, where every time they make contact, all they get is rest, right? Like, every time they make contact, forced rest. Every time they make contact, forced rest, which is the modality by which, again, you're not doing anything extreme. You're just continuing to move them back into the state of rest that they're going to learn. You're going to communicate to them that that's all they will ever find if they try to make contact with that creature. The space by which that creature is identified as rest is you communicating, like, oh, that's how you're interpreting it. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I feel like as long as you're consistent, this will transform pretty quickly. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you, and it has to be based on the contact, right? It has to be based on the energetic contact. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Excellent. I don't feel like I should get credits for connecting the dots. I was just doing the best that I could. Yeah, she was like, what the heck? Yep, very good. Yeah, like, no, someone like me, but different. Absolutely. Yeah, they fit in a teacup, but they're wild. Oh, yeah, so I can see that. Exactly. That's what I was seeing, Bridget. Yeah, well, and here's the thing about it. Like, it says to me, um, it says to me that the reason that they're more calm with them is because they see them more as a maternal energy. You know, like, they recognize what they can reasonably expect from them. Yeah. Thank you for confirming, Per. And Permanent, thank you for the follow. Frederick, thank you for the follow. Yes, I was gone the whole day yesterday to let them get rest, and in the night it was mayhem. Thank you for confirming. Oh Lord. Yeah, I'd say like here no, no, here's the thing about it. I think like when I in per you gotta stop playing with them indoors because what they're doing is they're associating play with being indoors. So what you need to communicate to them, that's what I'm saying. You have to stop playing with them indoors. You have to communicate to them that indoors is the place by which you rest. Remember when we were talking about quadrants, right? So the space by which you take them to a certain place, and that's the play space, and the space by which you're in the home and you rest is helping them understand, right? Like this is what we do here and this is what we do there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know you wouldn't yell at them, but I keep on saying it's not just yell, but not even, I keep on saying don't even run, like walk calmly towards them. No, no activating energy. I know they are the cutest, right? Oh, well, that's a different pet reading I'd have to give you right there, Bridget. Every time I walk to my mom, she says she loves you. Do you want her? That's amazing. Excellent. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, so you get it? Like that's why I was communicating outside, not inside, right? Because if you're playing with them inside, you're aggravating the problem. Yep. Thank you so much, dear. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, continuing right now, the next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. We read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Excellent. All right. Oh, excellent. Wonderful. The next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Ava, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We'll do that again after the next reading. You know what? Bridget, you got close. I'm going to be honest, you got close. Hi there, Ava. How are you doing today, dear? And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. On the disco outside tea. Perfect. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. I got you, dear. Okay. And before we continue right now, guys, all right, let's continue. So, outside tea. I have a feeling that my purpose is connected to working with the Akashic records in some way. Could we read on my purpose and how it is connected to my soul family? I'm experiencing a sisterhood wound at the moment. 2 cards on purpose, 2 cards on soul family or sisterhood. 4 cards, please. And one more. Mhm. So, it's interesting too because I can see the nature by which I see that you are healing from a karmic wound. And the thing about it is, and I want you to like fully absorb. I want you to fully absorb what I'm saying to you here because it does feel to me a little bit like you having to overcome some energy that's coming towards you perpetually. The sound of you healing a sisterhood wound is the state or nature by which it doesn't feel like you have to take care of everything all the time. I'm going to say it again. The thing about it, and this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to you healing, because you have to understand the nature, like the energetic nature of sisterhood should be in the space of mutual nurturing. Okay? I just keep on getting this message from one of your guides. Like sisterhood is mutual nurturing. Okay? And mutual nurturing is not one-sided. Mutual nurturing is not one-sided. So that the thing about it is the way that I see it, like the thing about, like I see that there's actually a sisterhood wound around you that feels like a mother wound in disguise, because the way that you're going to be able to move towards sisterhood is being able to move towards relationships that feel more like motherhood, which is the modality by which another person says, how could you, you're supposed to take care of me, right? Because I feel like I see you having to heal from a lot of relationships that feel more inherently codependent, right? And the thing about it, you have to understand there is a misconception, right? There's a misconception about what codependency is. And codependency, okay, codependency at its core is expecting others to do things for us. Codependency at its core is expecting others to do things for us that we have no business expecting from them. Okay? I want you to write that down. Codependency is is the expectation, it's the point by which you expect others to do things for you, for do things for us that we have no business expecting from them. Okay, I just keep on hearing this from one of your guides. Codependence is expecting others to do things for us that we have no business expecting from them. And I feel like the hard part about it is I feel like I see you having to overcome some serious hurdles as it relates to energy. And I keep on getting any energy in your life that has unreasonable expectations, right? And because you have to understand, and this is why we talk about why codependency is so endemic, because you have to understand that the only energy, there's only one energy on this whole world that should be allowed to be codependent. Only one energy on this whole world that should be codependent. And that is energy that is little tiny energy that does not have the capability to do things, right? And this is why the way we heal, the way you heal codependency is through the cone. Angry baby does not get the bottle, right? And the reason we describe angry baby, and this is what's really important because this is a double cone, because it helps you see energy that's codependent, but also it helps you understand how to heal codependence, right? Because you have to understand that there's two different things you have to recognize, okay? First, babies can never be angry. Okay? There's not an angry baby. There is not an angry baby in all of human there's no angry baby. There's no angry baby in all of existence. Does not exist. Because the moment that you're angry, you've come into consciousness. The moment that you're angry, you've come into consciousness. You recognize the audacity of something, which is the reason by which we identify that babies are never angry. Babies have needs, but also you can notice codependent energy. You know why you can notice codependent energy? Because codependent energy doesn't want to give babies what they need. It's a double cone. It serves to heal you in both ways because you can recognize the lack of compassion in those who are codependent and fully grown, who see a baby that needs something and says, I'm not going to give that angry baby anything. There's the codependent energy that sees the world in a distortion point because it fails to recognize the fact that babies are never angry. They're projecting their anger upon the energy and need while simultaneously recognizing that the modality by which one is angry about something, then one is no longer a baby anymore because you've matured into consciousness. So the understanding, there's something very important about that because I see that a lot of the work that I see that you're healing right now as it relates to relationships is being able to identify the relationships that are mutually supporting and nourishing, right? Mutually supporting and nourishing. The healthy give and take of a relationship that mutually reciprocates, right? Think about the figure eight, a healthy give and take. So the modality by which a healthy reciprocation of good give and take in terms of what you receive and what is energetically reciprocated versus, right? The energetic codependent relationships that potentially build into, right? Try to build into the expectation, the unreasonable expectation that often makes one feel like one is scrambling for energetic approval. Because I just keep on seeing that the further that you get away, right? The further that you get away from the energy that's codependent, the more that you're going to find the energy that is right? You don't want codependent, you want interdependent. So the modality or the condition by which another is able to articulate and amplify the sense of appreciation that then is met with mutual, right? With mutual respect and appreciation. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? That identification point is, I keep on hearing, it's going to take like it's I keep on getting like I almost feel like the space by which I see you healing relationship step by step by step, one step at a time. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, this has to do, right? I feel like this has to do with you healing from a past life, right? In relationality to you saying, here's the thing about it. You asked me if your purpose was working with it. I feel like you actively already are. You asked me if your purpose was being connected to it. And I feel like the observation, like the difference between purpose and actively working is the space by which we feel like the quality of a connection is built into our own feeling of observation. So the question that you asked me, um, like the question by which you articulated that you said you have a feeling that your purpose, I need to point this out. You said you have a feeling that your purpose is connected to something. What else is a purpose? What else? What else? What is what you're describing a purpose? I just want to point out you're literally describing the condition of having a purpose. You're asking me, you're saying, I feel this call to do something. Is it a purpose? And I'm like, well, that's what a purpose is, isn't it? It's the space by which, right? The quality of that purpose. The quality of that purpose is how well you work towards it. Right? You already have the purpose, right? The space by which you feel more connected to it is the more by the confidence that you bring to that feeling. So, and I think it's interesting because, even in the context by which you identify that, the question you need to ask yourself is, does that feel like it's something that's energetically healing and supportive to you? Does it feel like it's something that energetically nourishes you? Because the quality of a purpose, the question you need to ask yourself is not whether it's your purpose, but the quality by which you feel the purpose. Does that make you feel energetically nourished? Does it feel like it's nourishing? Because if it feels like it's nourishing, then it's a good purpose to have, right? And so that is, and you'll notice, right? And here's the thing about it: the quality and condition by which you're building into, right, a purpose is mutually nourishing. So even as you're navigating the work in terms of building into a nourishing sense of purpose, right? That observation or the appreciation by which you are working or trying to facilitate into something, right? The inclination that you feel in terms of doing something in that way, I just keep on seeing that is you identifying and recognizing what the nature or the shape of that work is, because I keep on getting that something about you doing so is helping you heal more. And especially if that, like, the one thing you'll notice is that our purpose helps us heal the things that need to be healed. So if you feel like moving towards that purpose is healing your relationship, well, then you understand that the purpose and the healing are in alignment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, bear with me one moment. And hi there, Laurel. Good to see you today. Bridget, you're doing what? How do you even do that? That's wild. Hi there, SJ. These are donation based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. You'll be added to the list. Yeah, I'm asking the same question to Laurel, but I think Laurel, yeah, we're at a hotel now. Oh, that's wild, Laurel. That's so cool. Very cool. Absolutely. Hi there. How you doing today, 192? And Provios, thank you for the follow. I got you, Ruby. All right, my friends, we're getting back into one card readings for super fans and paid members. So if you are a super fan or a paid member who would like a one card, all you need to do is put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan and you're joining us on the Clock app, you just need to hit the emoji at the bottom of the screen. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to a one card. Thank you so much for the compliment, Dora. Excellent. One moment, please. Ruby, one card on the situation, please. I mean, I see somebody who's actively going through some relationship issues. Yeah, particularly and especially with the Four of Wands in its upright. I just keep on like I keep on hearing somebody articulate. I don't know if this is an issue you had with someone, right? Like you can't build a relationship with someone who says nobody tells me what to do. Animal oracle, because that's all we do in relationship. All we do in relationship is tell each other what to do in order to facilitate having our needs met. So I see somebody who's going through a lot of the similar experiences that you yourself were enduring at the time that you were in relationship with them. They didn't hear, just it's affirmation. They haven't healed, right? They haven't healed. They're going through. It feels to me like it's a repetition of something that you already experienced with them. Alexandra, good to see you today. One card on the event this evening. Oh, it feels supportive. It feels positive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, what's interesting about it is I feel like there's something I feel like there's something important. I feel like there's something important there in relationality to navigating expectations or communicating with another is what I keep on seeing. Just bear with me a moment. Um animal Oh, bring your. I don't know if you're. Here's the thing about it. I don't know if you are the one doing it, but bring your own. Somebody might need backup, is what I keep on getting. I'm not sure why I'm getting some kind of message about like somebody might need backup, so just be conscientious of that. Nikki, highest priority, please. I've got the Ace of Cups here. I feel like I see circumstances or situations wherein you're working to, I just keep on getting like you being able to identify and articulate um how, like, I keep on hearing this, like when we're trying to bring nourishment to things, then I keep on like there's something important I'm getting here in terms of identifying what it means to be multi hyphenate is what I keep on getting. Yeah, specifically and particularly with Five of Cups in its reversal. Like when we identify, like the thing I keep on seeing is when we are working, like when we are working. Oh wow, yeah, when we are working multi hyphenately, then others understand the energetic possibility in terms of how we can do something. Animal or, and it's very unique is what I keep on seeing, specifically and particularly because, and I want to point this out, when we are working multi hyphenately, stubborn energy loses the possibility of a lifetime when they can't see the possibility. I got to write that down for you. Hold on a minute. I feel like there's something really important about that. Um, Hold on. I just have to write this down because it was coming through really strongly. Um, when we are working multi-hyphenately, stubborn energy that refuses to see that loses the opportunity of a lifetime, is what I keep on getting. Because and here's the thing about it, because I keep on getting, when somebody's working multi-hyphenately, you can't play tug of war with their energy. You can't play and you can't play you can't play tug of war with their energy, because the experience by which you do something, right? Like if you see somebody working multi-hyphenately and you try to play tug of war on their energy, you lose the possibility of a lifetime, because it's the energy. There's somebody who's working stubbornly, that then, like, I keep on hearing, like, the modality by which, like, the stubbornness shuts a door in terms of what the energy is able to effectively explore, right? Like it works through, it's the observation of working through, that when somebody sees someone multi-hyphenate, the space by which you look at something has to be articulated with a feeling of energetic respect. And I keep on getting the respectiveness. It's a very specific question it's a very specific message that's coming through. The respect is being able to understand and identify that the energy is doing something very unique. And I feel like there's something about you doing that, that don't be upset if you see somebody in their feelings because you're working multi-hyphenately, right? Let that be. Like, that is not someone that can come towards you, can come with you into possibility, is what I keep on hearing, right? Somebody demanding your energy can't come into possibility with you, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, dear, and sending you support on that journey. All right, where are we? Thank you for confirmation. Excellent. Just reading over. Sending you so much support, Ruby. Thank you, Laurel. I do my best here. Excellent. Laurel, I got you, dear. Connection with them, please. Oh, man. I literally see somebody who appreciates you because you don't take things personally, is what I keep on getting. Like, I literally see a situation. Like, I keep on hearing, like, I don't know why I keep on getting this, but somebody who's going, don't talk anything about them. That person doesn't take things personally, right? Yeah, especially with the devil card. Like, I feel like I feel like I see somebody who, like, I feel like I see someone that articulates and says, like, look, there's a professional right there, right? Because I keep on getting, professionals don't take things personally. Yeah, adder, right? The space by which, like, the space by which we work through something. And I don't know why I'm seeing something in relationality to that, but I just keep on, like, it feels to me like, I don't know why, but I'm reading every time I'm reading something and somebody has like a lot of like there's a lot of intensity in the heart channel in terms of them saying like that person there, like I've got respect for them specifically and particularly because I feel like they recognize, like I feel like I keep on hearing like they're identifying you. They prize something there specifically because, like I feel like they see you doing something not from an egoic space, but from a but from a like a purpose driven one is what I keep on getting. It's like there was a lot of intensity here. I got you, Denise. One card on the weekend energy, please. Um, it feels there's something there that feels very it feels very intense but revealing is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with this 9 of cups. I feel like I'm observing something. I feel like I'm observing something in relationality to having a heart to heart with someone or being able to talk about something that you haven't been able to communicate before. Animal oracle. Yeah, especially with the cow energy. Um, there's something. I feel like it's like somebody communicating to you. Like it almost feels like somebody energy that's got their guard up. That I'm like, the thing about it with energy has their guard up is often energy that has a hard time communicating because others sometimes get the wrong idea. So I feel like I see a situation by which another person appreciates, like they appreciate you because they feel like you'll always give them, you'll always give them a fair assessment about something, or you'll articulate something to them that they know, that they know is hard to hear, but they feel like is good to hear. You know what I mean? Like it feels like there's something about that by which like you have some kind of conversation with someone that leaves something stronger than you found it. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Ruby. I just keep on hearing bring extra. I don't know what I was reading upon Alexandra, but I keep on hearing somebody might need backup. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this exactly. And it felt related to cards. Ah, sending you support, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. June, thank you for reposting. Absolutely. Oh, he said that very thing, that he has a lot of respect for me. Oh, thank you for confirming what I was reading there, dear. Yeah, I got you, Bridget. One card, please. Um, I feel like make sure that there's clarity in terms of what the time would be, right? Like it's saying to me, like make sure that there's clarity in terms of the time commitment. Um, especially with the temperance, you know, getting the shape of something is what I keep on seeing. Like saying to another, like what are they see, like asking questions in relationality to the expansiveness of the commitment. Animal spirit, please. Yeah, especially with that blank card. um I just keep on seeing working through some kind of energetic observation towards towards recognizing and identifying Um, like I keep on hearing, get the shape, get the full shape of the commitment before you commit to it, is what I keep on seeing. So articulating and saying, like, identifying what one can expect or what the time is, because I feel like there's something about making sure that you and them are on the same page in terms of what your own availability is. Yep, absolutely. You were just thinking cards when I said that. Okay, perfect. Thank you for confirming, Alexandra. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay. And make sure there's the understanding on um I keep on getting, like, something about location was coming through. Okay, perfect. Absolutely. Of course. You're so welcome, dear. And I keep on seeing, like, remember when we articulated before. Remember how we articulated before about having somebody to energetically back you up in the space by which you're not energetically available? Remember, like, I feel like I keep on seeing there's something there's a unique message coming through in relationality to that, you know? Like, I keep on seeing in the space by which you're not available, being able to articulate to them what would occur in the spaces that you're not available to be there, making sure that they have someone, like I keep on hearing, like, very, like, some, you know what I mean? Okay, thank you. Hi there, Shelby. All right, my friends, final call right now. Um, thank you for also receiving that reading, Soul Empath. Um, So I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled, or if there's anyone who is a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos who has not had a card pulled either. I want to thank you guys so much for being here. Okay, I'm very glad to hear that, dear. Okay, perfect. I want to thank you guys for being here and receiving these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time. So at 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register if you get on the list today. You will have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. If you miss the daily collective, it should be available now over on the place over on Stack. It'll also be available. You can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mod, K Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you are. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day today. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.